Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, March 7th, 2025, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting from Champaign, Illinois. Today, we're going to be playing a case from the Unsolved Case Files series called Sandra Ivey. This is part of our little science fiction mini marathon. Maybe this is the last game we'll play in the series. This is what's known as a cold case game or a dossier game. That means an unsolved case. We're going to try to solve it together. I see the chat is all online here. Looks like YouTube says 17 viewers. Let's talk about the Unsolved Case Files series. There are about 9 games in this series. I don't think they've put out a new one in a little bit, but they are still making these. They sell on Amazon for somewhere in the $20 to $26 range. That seems to be like half the cases are 20, half are 26, and I think they cycle through them. At $19, that puts this about at an average cost. 26 is a little higher. Probably best to wait till they're down below 20. Now, I have played one of the Unsolved Case Files games. I believe it might have been the first one they released, called Harmony Ashcroft. And they do market these fairly aggressively, and you can find them in Target and other retail places, but normally I guess you'd buy them on Amazon and they come in different languages. Now, I remember that I thought Harmony Ashcroft was done pretty well, and I believe that there were some aspects of it that I quite liked, having to do with either the way the ending questions were asked. I think it may have been an online process, or either that or there was some sort of interaction when it came to multiple envelopes and acts. I'm curious to see if this one reminds me of that. But I do remember that it was on the easy side. And it is interesting that of the whole set of these Unsolved Case Files, there doesn't seem to be any indication of difficulty level. Now, that is not a good sign. I don't know if that means they're all easy or if they feel they gave up and they feel like they can't rate the difficulties. I don't know. But that's not ideal. Ideally, I'd like to know if I'm buying an easy game or a hard game. Anything else to talk about before we get started playing? Anything else from the chat to mention or talk about? I did want to point out that there are some reviews and playthroughs of this case on YouTube. Frequently, the games we play haven't been covered anywhere else, but this one does seem to have gotten some coverage on YouTube, including a playthrough by a couple. I think it's called The Gamery, and they cover lots of mystery games and have some playthroughs. If you're interested in watching a different playthrough with a different kind of dynamic, you may want to go stop watching this, go watch the Gamery playthrough. All right, let's open this up and see what it's like. I don't think I played Harmony Ashcroft live. I think that was in the very early days where I played a bunch of these offline. But I did do a review. I think I did a review of Harmony Ashcroft as part of a video where I reviewed a bunch of games. Okay, a little bit of introduction. It just says ages 14 and up. 3 objectives. Okay, so I do remember this from Harmony Ashcroft, these envelopes. Bonus envelope A, B, and C staged in multiple acts. All right, production quality is pretty good here. It looks like you can... Well, okay, let's see. Objective 1, prove the Delta 1 was sabotage. QR code to prove it. Photographs. Looks like our victim, Sandra Ivey. Okay, this looks like our introduction. Lots of material here. Then set, but let's start together with the introduction here. Solomon Hart Security, Inc. provide private security consultation and investigative services. Dear investigator, I've never asked for help on a case before, never had to. Maybe it's my age or my connection to the victim, but there's something wrong here I can't see. So with tired eyes and a heavy heart, I turn these materials over to you. Before I get ahead of myself, my name is Solomon Hart. I led the investigation into Sandra Ivey's death on the Delta One, the world's first commercial space station. You would know Sandra Ivey as the CEO of Astro 4, the multi-billion-dollar company that launched the Delta One. I knew Sandra as the daughter I never had. Sandra's dad and I go way back. He was my partner in the Houston PD until he was killed in the line of duty. I couldn't save him, couldn't get there in time, but I swore on his grave I'd do anything and everything I could for his family. Sandra was just a scared 12-year-old kid back then, but she was always strong. The legend of Sandra Ivey began well before Astro 4, after her second e-commerce company went public. Her infectious smile and proven track record made Sandra the darling of the business world. She first hired me to serve as her bodyguard on the road, but when Astro 4 emerged a few years later, she made me chief of security. Sandra needed someone she could trust, and I'd do anything to protect her, but just like with her father, I wasn't there when it really mattered. I retired 6 months before the Delta One's first public voyage, the one that took her life. Raymond Zellick, Astro 4's CFO, pulled me out of retirement to investigate. My mission was to perform a preliminary investigation. It was never supposed to be an open and shut case, but the complete investigation I recommended never happened. I was barely back on Earth for 24 hours when I read the news article I've included in the case. They quoted my report completely out of context. It's true, I didn't find any hard evidence, but it was far too soon to rule out sabotage. I've shared the case with every rocket scientist I can find. In Houston, there's plenty. And every last one of those eggheads was worthless. I don't need a scientist to solve this case. I need a clever individual who can connect the dots. I need you. Solomon Hart Security, and there's his phone number, Houston, Texas. Okay, here is the newspaper article he sent along. Let's see. Tragic act. Space pioneer Sandra Ivey dead. Tragic accident leaves Delta One in the dark and Astro 4 founder dead, by Cassiopeia, staff writer for the New York News. Houston. The entire world was shocked yesterday as the inaugural visitors to the Delta One commercial space station touched down in Houston, one member short. Sandra Ivey, CEO and visionary of Astro 4, was found dead after a tragic accident occurred aboard the company's newly christened space station last Tuesday morning. 2 weeks ago, on August 1st, Sandra Ivey was launched to the Delta One along with 2 crew members and 3 guests to spend 14 days aboard the luxury station. On August 12, 2 days before the crew's highly anticipated return, Astro 4 announced that the landing party would no longer be open to the public and media spectators. This sudden shift towards privacy was explained yesterday morning when acting CEO Raymond Zellick announced that Sandra Ivey had been killed while aboard the Delta One, and all celebrations had been canceled out of respect for her family and the harrowed crew. Houston authorities performed a complete autopsy after the body was recovered and confirmed the cause of death as suffocation. This aligned with Astro 4's reports that the automatic fire suppression system activated and removed oxygen from part of the space station. The incident. According to Zellick, a sudden system failure disrupted the power across the station and cut off all communications between Delta One and ground control in Houston. The resulting blackout would not have been immediately critical, but a fire within one of the station's 3 battery networks went unnoticed amidst the chaos until it was too late for Sandra Ivey to evacuate. Reports from the crew tell the story of a frantic sequence of events lasting just over half an hour. "I just can't wrap my head around it," reported Jordan Ivey, Sandra's elder brother and Delta One's lead engineer. "I designed that fire suppression system to save lives up there, and it killed my sister instead. I can't stop wondering what went through her head, stuck in that dark room, as each breath became more difficult. She trusted me to protect her, and I didn't." There's the orbital image of the Delta One space station shortly after construction. Investigation. In response to the news of their CEO's death, Astro 4 sent private investigator and former Astro 4 Chief of Security Solomon Hart to the Delta One on the same shuttle that later brought the remaining travelers back home. While aboard the Delta One, Hart performed a thorough investigation of the scene and questioned the remaining crew to determine if criminal misconduct was involved, but the investigation revealed no evidence of foul play. Zellick revealed the details of the accident investigation at yesterday's press conference. "After a thorough examination by none other than Astro 4's original chief of security, a man who was like a father to Sandra and a man I would trust with my own life, it has been determined that this tragedy was the result of an unforeseeable system malfunction. The issue in question was easily fixed once it was brought to light, and several new fail-safes are already in place. You have my word, this cannot and will not happen ever again." In his final remarks to the press, Zellick concluded with one last near-tearful plea. "While we cannot reverse the awful tragedy that stole Sandra from us too soon, the survivors at Astro 4 stand resolute to make her vision a reality. We can only hope that the American people will continue to stand with us in that pursuit." When asked for a statement on any further investigations into the tragedy, Zellick shared the summary conclusion from Hart's report. "The death of Sandra Ivey has to be ruled an accident resulting from reasonable human error." Okay, and here is on the back, Chief Financial Officer Raymond Zellick answering questions. "Fault has not been assigned at this juncture. Astro 4 is not entertaining speculation on whether this was the result of faulty construction or criminal negligence of safety protocols by the crew. The sudden replacement of Sandra Ivey as CEO is not a contingency that Astro 4 had previously planned, though Zellick refused to comment whether his interim position would become permanent." Okay, so obviously we're suspicious of him. He sounds like he's going to be taking over. Okay, there's another article on the back here about Florida Panhandle braces for Tropical Storm Fred. According to the National Hurricane Center, Tropical Storm Fred is predicted to gradually increase in strength as it tracks towards the Florida Panhandle. Tropical storm has already been issued coastal counties. computer models forecasting the center Fed to move across the Gulf of Mexico through Monday, make landfall in the Panama City, winds of 60 miles per hour, storm surge, serious danger of life-threatening flooding. There's the path for what it's worth. Okay, and then we've got on the sidebar here, hardcover nonfiction, I Alone Can Fix It, Authoritarian Moment, How I Saved the World, Body Keeps the Score, Warmth of Other Suns, Land Sun, So various books here. No sign that this is going to be important for us. Business books. Young adult books. Okay. No sign that any of those are relevant for us yet. Never sign up for private space stations. Okay, let's see what else we have here. All right, so already I can see this is a very impressive production. Look at this poster about the Delta One space station. Holy cow, that is a nice little prop here. Okay, we've got some color-coded areas, hubs. We've got, let's see, in green, it looks like we have the science lab. Cutting Edge Science Lab. Oops. Cutting Edge Science Lab opens up new avenues of private research, testing of zero-G aerospace technology. On the Delta One, the sky is no longer the limit. So here are the green room areas and the green area. Health Center is here. Fully stocked, trained staff can attend to any need that arises. And then the greenhouse is also here. Hydroponic garden looks great, tastes great. Help advance the science of zero-gravity horticulture for generations. Okay, that's the green area. Here, here, and here. I see. Okay, it's pointing out exactly which little wings are where. And then in the red, we have the recreation center. Ever wanted to cut loose in a fully weightless environment? On the Delta One, you can run a zero-G obstacle course, play air tennis, or invent a new anti-gravity sport. It's also got habituation. Guests of the Delta One stay in our habituation suites. There's a shared lounge for relaxing and fraternizing and a series of secure sleeping rooms offering privacy to our guests. And then also in the red section is the observatory. Experience the night sky like never before. Take a deep look into the outer reaches of space, or use our telescopes to check out your house from 250 miles above. All right, and then lastly, we have the blue section, which is over here. We've got the airlock, staging area for an out-of-this-world experience, a real space walk. Take in the view from 250 miles. Cafeteria, finest dining found anywhere in the thermosphere. Our menu of space-ready fare is seasonally curated by some of the world's top culinary talent, and it's also the location of the control room, the beating heart of the Delta One. From here, our crew can monitor and adjust every detail of the station to ensure the comfort of our guests. Okay. So there we have it. And then down here, we've got some general information about the Delta One. Gross weight, crew capacity, max capacity, power generation, altitude, velocity, orbital radius, orbital period, Earth orbits per day. The Delta One is the largest and most complex space station ever assembled. It is also the first commercial space station purpose-built for the comfort of its guests. The Delta One is constructed of 9 specialized modules, which we already just looked at, designed to accommodate our guests' every need. The Delta series module system brings unlimited potential to the future of the Delta series, with future Delta stations being able to provide an array of unique and thrilling zero-G experiences that are always on the cutting edge of space technology and innovation. The Delta One and future iterations of the Delta series are proudly brought to you by Astro 4. All right. Well, I'm impressed with this production. Let's put this map off screen for a bit while we look what else we got. So we've got our picture of Sandra Ivey. This is the person we're trying to bring justice to, if she was indeed murdered. All right, then we've got more photographs, probably of, little magnifying glass. We won't need that. These are going to be, I guess, potential suspects. Here's the CFO, Raymond Zellick, who we're obviously suspicious of. Just the look of him is suspicious. But we've got other people that we're going to hear about. Raj Mandal. Maybe this is going to turn out to be Sandra Ivey's desk. We'll take a closer look at these, obviously. Here's Sandra Ivey, either with her father or Solomon Hart, the guy who hired us. Oh, these got stuff on the back, don't they? Just this one. Sandra, as difficult as it is to face retirement, looking back, I'm astounded at the wild ride it's been up till now, especially since I don't see you slowing down anytime soon. Thank you for letting me tag along this far, and remember, if you need an old man for anything, I'm only a phone call away. No matter where you are, here to the stars, I'll find a way to be there. Looking over you always, Sol. So this is the guy who contacted us, Solomon Hart, who feels guilty about not being there when she needed him. Heidi Bowman with a little bit of RBF going on here. We got a shot of, what's our date here? I don't remember seeing a date of when they think she died, but we'll worry about that later. Maybe this was takeoff of the shuttle to there. Okay, so then we've got a photograph on the space station, which we might be able to figure out where this is from looking at the space station maps, but we don't know why we would care about that yet. Okay. I wonder if this is going to be, is that her body? These are almost sticking together. I got to be a little bit careful. All right, well, we'll figure out, presumably we're going to get information about these as we go. And here it looks like one of the control rooms. We know something went wrong with the batteries. So looks like there was a fire in this one. All right, so we'll be studying these all after we learn a little bit more. There's the preliminary investigation report. Let's just look at what evidence we have. So we're told what our first assignment is. Prove the Delta One was sabotage. Then we'll solve that online, and then we'll open up the first envelope. But let's see what else we've got here. Preliminary investigation report from Solomon, and here's more. This looks like the summary of evidence here in this case. If you're missing anything, you can go and get it online. And a timeline. Oh, that's pretty cool. So far, this looks quite serious. This looks significantly more serious a case than the Harmony Ashcroft as I remember it. I'm impressed so far. Okay, full timeline. You can see Friday, August 13th, 2021, he arrives to investigate it. All right. Witness statement from the chief financial officer. Witness statement from Raj Mandal. We have his photo. He's the chief technical officer. Just going to look through what evidence we have before we start here. Onboard communication transcript from the comms. Double-sided. Battery rotation process. So presumably something went wrong here. Statement from Heidi Bowman. And then each of our suspects. Here is Amelia Lopez. We've got a separate photo of them here. Personnel record. And then they filled out an incident report and given a statement. And what else do we have? And then a full interrogation with our guy Solomon. Double-sided, full double-sided interrogation. And then, what is this last page? So for each person, we've got their personnel record with their psychological profile, physical profile, photo, an incident report that they filled out and signed, an interrogation, in this case double-sided, and then it looks like our guy followed up a little bit about Amelia and asked, and this is just some email about her. Well, that's pretty impressive. So we've got that for Amelia. Presumably these are other people on the station. Then we've got a very similar thing for Jordan Ivey. This is the brother of our victim. Again, personnel record, photo, incident report, and interrogation, and some other unique little follow-up piece of evidence. Here is Hiro Sasaki. We don't know who he is to us, but I guess that's going to come through. Again, interrogation and some extra information. Here is Kurt Abrams. Same exact thing. Here is Ajay Singh. Same exact thing. Okay. So that's going to be the bulk of our time is going to be spent going through these witness statements. I believe the previous Unsolved Case Files game I played, Harmony Ashcroft, had a similar, was not nearly as robust as this, but had a similar thing where the centrality of the game was examining their statements and looking for contradictions. So maybe that's going to be the same thing here, although we have a bunch of other stuff. Witness statement. Okay, well, it's going to be, this is quite interesting because in this case, we have not just a death, but something that's not clear that it's even murder. And that's what we're going to be tasked with figuring out. So far, very promising, very interesting. I think what we'll do is we'll take our break early here. This game is still available. You can pick it up now for somewhere between $20 and $26. If this looks like it might be something that you want to play on your own, by all means, stop watching here. Go purchase this game. You can have it in your hands in a couple days. Play through it with your own group. Then you can come back and watch our playthrough or the one by the Gamery and see how you compared. For those of you who are going to stick around for the next few hours and play it along with me, I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll get started. We're back playing the case of Sandra Ivey and the Delta One by Unsolved Case Files. I am very impressed so far with the materials and the amount of content for this, but knock on wood, I really hope this holds up, because if so, we're going to have to take this company a little more seriously. But we'll see. We'll see if it's on the easy side. So far, though, I'm impressed. So, our first objective is to prove the Delta One was sabotaged. In fact, it goes into a little more specificity here. It says, when you find evidence the blackout was intentional, visit this page. All right, so let's read the preliminary investigation report by Solomon, who I guess you could say is our client. And he says the investigation he conducted was never meant to be final. It was just a preliminary, but they've sort of closed the case on him, and he wants justice for the daughter of his partner, Sandra Ivey. So let's take a look at his preliminary report. Okay. His client was Raymond Zellick, the CFO, now acting CEO, I guess. August 13th, 7:33. Okay, here's his reconstruction of the timeline of what happened. Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, Sandra Ivey was killed while aboard the Delta One space station. Got a very detailed timeline here. He says at 11:10, station-wide blackout disconnects all communications between the Delta One and ground control. 10 minutes later, fire starts in the green sector batteries, activating the automatic fire suppression system. 5 minutes after that, the automatic fire suppression system seals the green hub from the rest of the station, removes all oxygen. Fire is gets fuel from oxygen, so when there's a fire in space, they suck out the oxygen to try to extinguish the fire. Power is restored 13 minutes after that. Ground control believes Sandra Ivey is deceased in the lab module. 11 minutes after that, Ship Commander Emilio Lopez reports to ground control that Sandra Ivey is missing. 2 minutes later, lab module is remotely sealed to prevent interference with the scene per CFO's instruction. And then 3 minutes after that, Lopez obtains visual confirmation through the lab door that Sandra Ivey is deceased. Okay, so before we go on, let's situate ourselves here. There's the space station, and here is the green section. Okay. Fire starts out in the green section batteries. We're not sure exactly where those are. Maybe those are in the center hub. We can see green sector battery bay. And then here is looking through the door, showing that her dead body, that's the confirmation at the end here, that they can see through the door that Sandra Ivey is dead and floating around. This looks like the science lab that she's in. I see a pair of glasses, and what's this over here? A laptop. So was she working on her laptop at the time? Okay, looks fine in there. No fire in there. Fire starts in the green sector batteries. Okay, it looks like this is the fire that caused the automatic shutdown. They think she's dead in the lab module. That makes sense. That's where it looks like her body is floating. It's a dangerous thing to just remove all the oxygen and not let the people get out. Okay, so these photos are taken August 13th, 3 days after the incident, presumably once he gets up there and starts investigating. All right, let's continue here. All right, he's summarizing the persons of interest. We've got Emilio Lopez, former Air Force captain, Delta One ship commander. Amelia failed to account for Sandra Ivey for over 20 minutes, only acting after it was too late to save her. Jordan Ivey, Astro 4's lead engineer, Sandra's elder brother. Jordan designed a new battery rotation process and allowed Hiro Sasaki to perform it. An error in this process likely caused the blackout. Well, we'll be the judge of that. Hiro Sasaki, the CEO of Sasaki Corp and long-standing rival of Astro 4. Hiro was performing the battery rotation that likely caused the blackout. His company also provided the batteries currently used on the Delta One. So did he deliberately sabotage this? What is he doing up there if they're a rival? Okay, then we've got Kurt Abrams. Colonel in the United States Space Force, Kurt was evasive in interrogation, particularly about the cargo he brought aboard the Delta One. He was outside of the station on a spacewalk during the blackout. Ajay Singh, famous yogi and spiritual advisor to Sandra. AJ secured a multi-million-dollar ticket to space mere months after meeting her. He exhibits no sign of grief over Sandra's death, claiming it was meant to be. Okay, these 5 people are the people we have statements from and photos of, etc. All right, here's his preliminary investigation findings. It is the belief of all parties that Hiro Sasaki accidentally input the wrong code, setting a full battery to emergency charge, and that this action is responsible for both the blackout and the fire. The AFS system was activated by the smoke from the battery, sealed the green hub from the rest of the station before depleting oxygen from all smoke-affected areas. This action successfully put out the fire, but resulted in the suffocation of Sandra Ivey, who was trapped inside the science lab. At this point in my preliminary investigation, the death of Sandra Ivey has to be ruled an accident resulting from reasonable human error. With that being said, it's my strong professional recommendation that the surviving individuals and all cargo returning to Earth be detained within reasonable limits until a thorough and complete investigation can be conducted. All right, let me just see this again. So first comes the blackout. They think it's happening during this battery process. Emergency charge of a full battery caused. First comes the blackout, then the fire. First there's a blackout, 10 minutes later there's a fire. And he thinks, or they think, that that single action caused both things. Setting a full battery to emergency charge caused the blackout and then the subsequent battery fire. Okay, seems plausible enough. And here's his summary of what he did to collect evidence. Okay, Tuesday, 8/10. So this all happens Tuesday morning, and they shut down, they locked the lab door, 11:54 a.m. By 4:30 p.m., he's already on the case. Our guy, our security chief. 4:30 to 5:30, he meets with the CFO, takes a statement. 5:45 to 7, he meets with the CTO, Raj, and takes a statement. And he gets access to the onboard comms transcript and the battery rotation request, which we have. 7 p.m., he undergoes medical testing so that they can fly him up there. He gets up there by the morning of Wednesday. The next morning, he's already up there. Is he already up there? No, he's in the Astro 4 facility. Okay, so he hasn't gone up into space yet. He went to her office. He took a photo of himself with her from her office. I guess as a keepsake. Now that she's dead, she doesn't need it. There's our guy who feels terrible. There's our dead victim. Okay, he also met with Bowman, the doctor. He got personnel records for each of the 5 people that were mentioned here from her. He got an email about the diet plan for some reason. He just asked her for whatever evidence she has. And then he talked to the Colonel Abram and got a letter from the UCFF, United States Space Force. Should we go through the evidence in investigation order? That might be fun. Yeah, I like that idea. We'll go through it in order that he got it. We'll follow in his footsteps. That's a nice idea. It's always interesting to decide how to go through evidence, in what order. We usually tend to go through it in the order in the dossier. Some groups do a first step where they reorganize everything and then let different people go through it. But Jonathan's idea, which we've not been able to do in previous cases because we haven't had it like this, is to go through it in the order he got it. All right, let's just finish summarizing here quickly, and then we'll start going through it in this order. So he met with people on the ground, did some stuff, got some information about each of our 5 people. And then Thursday, he goes to get final preparation. He got a letter from the doctor, Heidi Bowman. And then he gets taken in the shuttle to the Delta One space station. When he gets there, he gets some situation reports that each of the 5 people filled out about the incident, and he gets a whole bunch of, he interrogates each of them. He investigates the lab module, and then he interrogates all the people. He retraced the steps, and he prepared his report. And then he came back home. All right, so as Jonathan proposed, we're going to review the evidence exactly as he did. We're going to retrace the steps of our client's preliminary investigation and see if we can't spot anything he missed. Okay, first thing he did is he met with Raymond Zellick, the CFO, and took a witness statement. Okay, so that's this document here. As Chief Financial Officer of Astro 4 and acting CEO since Sandra's death, the burden of deciding how we handle this godforsaken tragedy has fallen on me. This is him writing up his statement. I cannot emphasize enough how delicate this situation is for Astro 4. We're currently the largest publicly traded company in private space travel, and Sandra Ivey was the face of the entire business and all its endeavors. This was the first visit since the Delta One's completion, the magnum opus of the Ivey name. The world's on the edge of its seat, and if we don't get ahead of the narrative before the press, Astro 4's stock will plummet. We stand to lose the whole company, and Sandra's dream of opening outer space to the people will be set back by decades, maybe more. If that happens, Sandra Ivey will be remembered as just another billionaire who flew too close to the sun. We have a shuttle that will be ready to launch 2 days from now on Thursday. I'm asking you to take it up to the Delta One, find out what happened, and report back to me before you and the others return on the 14th. It's not much time, but this is our only chance to get an independent investigator on the scene to provide an official statement before the press can set their spin. The loss of Sandra is truly a tragedy, but it sounds like rogue chance and human error are to blame. I've been assured that the risk of this malfunction repeating itself can be completely mitigated. We need your full due diligence to show that this is not a situation our future guests need to worry about. The entire world has seen you standing by Sandra's side for years, and we all know you'll do what's right. That's why I'm asking you to bring her back home. I have faith you'll do what's needed to keep Astro 4 and Sandra's dream in the sky. The success of this mission will define the shape of Sandra Ivey's legacy. It's in your hands now. Okay, so this basically makes me not suspicious of him anymore. He's saying exactly what you would expect, which is he's caring about the business, but it's all the more reason why he wouldn't do this. Like, he wants to inherit and run this business, and he doesn't want the stock to tank and all that, so he wouldn't have her killed up here in this station. That's not good for him. And he's really leaning on this guy to, like, wrap it up, do the investigation, come back and say everything's okay, but that's exactly what you would expect of him. Okay, there's Raymond Zellick. We've got his signature and his statement. Nothing surprising there. Next up, our guy, and if he was involved in this, he probably wouldn't send this guy up there. He'd just be like, wait till everyone comes home and let the cops figure it out. All right, then he met with the CTO. All right, let's put this in our list here. Okay, let's see what Raj Mandal said. Now, do we have a picture? Yes, okay. So there was the photograph he took. Well, here's Raymond Zellick, August 10th, 525. So yes, that's a photo that was taken during his meeting with the guy we just read. from. Nothing jumps out here, but there's the laptop that the company employees used, I guess. Okay, let's get into the practice of organizing stuff as we read it. So there was his statement. All right, now here is Raj's statement, the CTO, the Chief Technical Officer, which is who he met with afterwards. Anything weird on his desk to worry about? As Chief Technical Officer at Astro 4, it's my job to make sure the technology within the Delta One operates at full capacity and keeps our crew alive. We receive near-instant updates from all of the Delta One's critical systems, and at 11:10 a.m. yesterday morning, it all went dark. For 28 minutes, we had absolutely no contact with the station. So is that consistent with our timeline? 11:10 a.m. The blackout disconnects communications. Okay, I'll keep this handy. At 11:38, the silence was broken by a sudden rush of alarms as chaos filled our mission control room. Things settled quickly, but the medical team remained in a panic as their health monitors resynced and Sandra's pulse showed a flat line. With limited info, we tried to keep our hopes up, but the mood was grim. At 11:49, Amelia finally called to give us a report. No one had seen Sandra during the blackout, and she was presumed to be somewhere in the green sector, where the batteries caught fire. Now, we confirmed remotely that her health monitor was in the lab module. That's when Raymond said we needed to prepare for the worst. He ordered me to lock the lab door in order to keep the crew from disrupting the scene. After the green hub reoxygenated, Amelia got a visual of Sandra's body through the hatch window of the lab module and confirmed our worst fears. We will unlock the hatch remotely as soon as Mr. Hart confirms he's ready to investigate the lab. We received no data from the Delta One while the power was down, but the communications system has backup storage like the black box on an airplane. The radios are push to talk like walkie-talkies. I've provided the onboard communications transcript for the case file. So what do I believe happened? Well, on August 2nd, Jordan Ivey requested permission to override the automatic battery cycle. He was concerned that the cycle algorithm was running batteries too low before rotating. It wasn't really a critical issue, but it would shorten the lifespan of the batteries, and it was important to Jordan, so we gave him the green light. The manual override was meant to be temporary for this mission only, mostly because we only trusted Jordan to perform it. He was going to collect enough data to make the necessary changes to the automation when he returned to Earth. I personally reviewed his proposal along with our lead energy storage expert and electrical systems engineer. We all agreed the protocol was sound and still do. But a clumsy finger can cause a number of problems. We don't usually approve manual overrides because the risk for human error is too great. But we trusted Jordan. He knows the Delta One better than any of us. Now, the same can't be said for Hiro Sasaki. I believe Hiro mistakenly set a fully charged battery to emergency charge. This routed all available solar power to the one fully charged battery. An empty battery on emergency charge can fully recharge in minutes. A full battery, like the one Hiro sent the emergency power to, would overheat almost immediately. This was a grievous mistake, but one I firmly believe can be attributed to plain human error. And there's Raj. Okay, so everything seems to make sense. I don't know why they say this guy doesn't, I guess they trust Hiro not to have done it on purpose. Maybe he has no motive to. I don't know why they're not a little bit more suspicious of this guy who messed this up. Let's see how bad he feels about it. All right. So that was the meeting with Raj, but he also provided onboard comms transcript and the battery rotation request from the brother. So let's find those. Here's the onboard. Okay, so this is what the CTO provided to our investigator. First, we have a full communications transcript during the blackout. Remember, the blackout happens at 11:10. Presumably, this was when the battery was starting to charge. Okay, so at 11:10, Amelia says, Jordan, we have some lights out in the red sector. Was this scheduled? Please report, over. We're dark in the control room, too. I think the whole station's blacked out. It looks like Hero tripped something on the battery controls. Hero? Why is Hero with you in a restricted area? Over. Well, I was running this pointless battery rotation because Jordan was too busy with his own busy work today. You what? Over. The air mixture in the green sector has been off. I was trying to figure out if it was... Will that get the lights back on, Jordan? If not, can we focus on that ASAP? Over. Well, maybe if I knew what Hero did to cause... Amelia, I followed Jordan's process right off of the clipboard. Jordan told me to use... Perhaps if he... I had to make that process to fix your batteries. I assumed you'd know how to... Jordan, let's focus. Is it serious? Over. I don't think so. Our life support systems are still operational. The emergency power will keep essentials running until we get the main grid back up. What's the ETA on that? Over. I'm not sure, Amelia. Maybe if I had some room to breathe in here. If you want me to leave, just say so. I'm just a guest here anyway. I think he's heading your way, Commander. You'll know as soon as I do about the timeline we're working with. Can you give me a hand in here? Sure, roger that. I'm in the middle of something, but I'll be there as soon as I can, over. So we have a 2-minute period here, basically. Jordan, the brother, is acting a bit suspicious. She doesn't think he should be... Jordan is in the control room with Hero. Amelia is upset that Hero is in there with him because Hero is not a trusted member of the crew. And Hero doesn't want to be doing this battery either. He's like, I'm just here doing it because you told me to. And it sounds like they're right in the same room. He says, I need some space in here. So they're the two of them, Jordan and Hero, are in this small room together, arguing a little bit. And Hero is saying, I just did exactly what he told me to do. What's this thing where Jordan is saying, I had to make that process to fix your batteries? Oh, I guess we're told that the batteries are actually from Hero's company, maybe. Support systems are all operational, emergency power, fine, okay. And then Hero leaves. And Jordan says, I think he's headed back your way. Okay, so they were in the control room. Let's just make sure we understand that. They're in the control room, Jordan and Hero. I guess they're running the battery stuff from here, not actually running it from the green station, it sounds like. Yeah, it says, from here, our crew can monitor and adjust every detail of the station. So it sounds like in the control room, they were dealing with the green batteries. All right, let's continue here. So no one's on the comms for 4 minutes and 26 seconds. We're now down to 11:12. So power's been out for 2 minutes. No fire yet. But here we're getting close to the fire. I guess fire's not starting till here. Okay, Jordan says, Amelia, are you almost here? I could use a hand with this flashlight. Affirmative, I'm entering the Blue Hub now, over. Colonel Abrams to crew, over. We're here, sir. Sincere apologies for the lights. We're working on it, over. I've got about 60 minutes of air out here. Should I be worried? Over. He's outside on a spacewalk. You have 60 minutes of, right. Colonel Abrams, sir, there was a brief power disruption. Jordan is working on a solution as we speak. We'll repressurize the airlock as soon as we have power. Over. Understood. I saw the lights go out, but couldn't call in for a head count until my hands were free. I'm in the airlock now, but I'll be dead in an hour if you can't repressurize it. Do you have an ETA? Over. Jordan is running the diagnostic as we speak. We should be in the clear soon, sir. Getting you back inside will be our first priority. Apologies for the wait. Over. Received. I'll await your next report. Over and out. Okay, he's pretty calm for a guy who's floating in space with no oxygen. He's like, I'll be dead in an hour. I hope you can get it fixed by then. But he's the military guy. All right. No fire yet, but you can see they're all a little panicked, right? Here we got a problem. So no one's on the communications for 3 minutes. They've been out of power now for almost 20 minutes. 20 minutes now. Amelia to Hero, come in, over. Amelia to Hero, do you copy? Over. He left his radio in here when he stormed out of the control room. Real professional, huh? Okay, fine. I'll go find him. Over and out. Okay, so we think the fire might have happened around here, according to the reconstruction, 11:20. 4 minutes later. Urgent message to all personnel. Evacuate the green sector immediately. Report. All crew need to leave the green sector immediately. Now. Over. Anyone still in the green sector, please report. Over. Jordan, status? I have AJ and Hero here in the red hub. I'm heading towards green for a final sweep. Over. No, stay where you are. We've got under a minute before the hatch seals for fire suppression. Repeat. Fire suppression? Over. One of the batteries blew in the green hub. Smoking may be worse. I'm not sure, but the automatic fire suppression system is now active. Repeat, fire suppression is active. Are you in there now? Do you need assistance? Over. No, just stay where you are. I should be able to get us back up and running once the green hub is sealed off. We can't risk bringing the power back online until that fire is out. We could make it worse. Jordan, I'm at the hatch to the green hub now. It started hissing before I could reach it. I'm only seeing smoke inside. Over. Amelia, get away from there right now. That hiss was the seal activating. The hub is about to get sealed off. We've got to remove the oxygen to make sure nothing's still burning. We can bring the power back after that. Just sit tight and let me work. Roger that. I'll head up to the red station with the others. Over. 3 minutes. 4 minutes empty comms. We're now at 11:25. So the fire suppression is sealing off the green hub, removing oxygen. Couple minutes after that, Amelia is back on the comms. Amelia to Jordan, over. We're about 10 minutes from getting the power back. We can get Kurt back in then. Should have plenty of time. Jordan, is Sandra with you? Please respond. Over. Why would she be in? No. Have you checked her room? Maybe she's... Her path has not led us. Her path has not led to us, nor ours to her. But the time has been put out, yes? But the fire's been put out, yes? I'm sure she... Jordan to Sandra, where are you? Sandra, you need to respond. Over. Sandra. She can't hear you, Jordan. I found her radio here in her room. How soon can we get into green sector? Over. Jordan, like 30 minutes, Amelia. You just said 10. That's for lights in the airlock. The green hub still has to oxygenate before we can open it up. AJ, is the entire sector deprived of oxygen, Jordan? Can you see from here? From where you are? I can barely see anything right now, AJ. If you could please leave this line open for... Sandra often meditates in the greenhouse. I doubt the fire could have traveled. It's not the fire, AJ. It's the smoke. The AFS system removes the oxygen from every room where it detects smoke. It kills the fire, but nothing could survive in there through the whole cycle. Let's not make assumptions too soon, Jordan. There are oxygen canisters in the health center. Sandra is smart. We just need to stay focused and get in there as soon as possible. Okay, Jordan? I know what you must be feeling, young man, but on the topic of time and oxygen, I do need to ask you to focus on getting us back up and running. It's the only way to help anyone right now. Jordan, are you reading me? Over. I need a minute. How are your O2 levels, Colonel? I'd say about 45 minutes left. Over. Well, take a deep breath, Jordan. I need your head in the game right now. We all do. I'm heading your way to help. Over and out. Now it's 11:30, so the oxygen has been removed for 6 minutes. Power is still out at this point. $11:31. Yes, power is still out. Okay, here we go. 13 minutes, 14 minutes later, no communications, but by this time, power is back. Commander to all crew, the Colonel is safe, the airlock is closed and repressurizing. Are communications back online, Jordan? Over. Yes, and the blown battery has been disconnected from the grid. Oxygen levels are approaching normal in the green hub. We should be able to unseal it in 7 minutes. Okay, let's get an update from Houston first. Commander to all guests, meet me in the red hub ASAP. We'll report to ground control and get ready to search the green sector as soon as it opens. That's 11:45. So power's back on. They're trying to get oxygen back in. They haven't found her dead yet. That's the end of the communications log. Well, it sure sounds suspicious, the brother. I don't think he meant to kill his sister, but it sure sounds like he might have been involved in this to me. Like, he doesn't want her going near the green hub. Like, as soon as... You could argue it both ways, right? The reason he's giving is he's saying, like, the green hub is going to steal off. So he wants her out of there. Amelia, get away from there right now. But he's also telling her, don't go, don't come to me, stay where you are. But there's a reason he doesn't want her to go to Green Hub, because it's sealing up. But when Amelia says that Sandra could be in the Green Hub, he starts freaking out. He's like, why would she be? No, haven't you checked her room? So he does freak out. So he's not trying to kill his sister, but he sounded a little suspicious. All right. Now, here is the details of the battery rotation process that they approved. Written by Jordan Ivey while aboard the Delta One, August 2nd. So a week before this incident, he wrote up this manual rotation process. He says it's to be done daily at 11, which is when this battery change started. Purpose is to optimize longevity of space station batteries. Upgrade the Sasaki Corporation battery rotation algorithm. Right. So Sasaki Corp, who Hiro works for, or is the CEO of, is the people that make the battery. Okay, step 1, rotate batteries in green battery bay. If the active battery is under 40%, go to active, change active to charge, then change charge to standby. So you cycle through these 3 things. If it's over 40%, don't do anything. Step 2, rotate the batteries in the red bay. Same thing. And the blue bay, same thing. All right. So nothing is supposed to go onto emergency charge. It just goes battery to active, active to charge, charge to standby. If the active battery, you put the standby battery on active and the original one on charge. Okay, it looks like you rotate. There's an active one and a standby one. Keypad instructions. Input battery location and number. So you put the location and number where the battery is, followed by a star, then the battery command, followed by a pound sign to initiate the rotation. So G1 star command pound to make it happen. All right, and there's the command. 119 to change it to active, 427 to change it to standby, 258 to charge, 707 to hibernate, 588 to inactive, 911 to emergency charge. Boy, that's a hard little mistake to make, but look what they've done here. 119 and 911. So if someone was a little bit dyslexic, they might have read this and put it in the reverse order. Use emergency charge on empty batteries only, never more than 10 minutes. All right, we don't know. We can see how someone might have messed up. We don't know what the batteries were at when they were emergency charged. All right, where's our evidence? Let's check in with the chat. That log was pretty effective at creating a scene. Yeah, it sure was. All the tension it raises. All right, now we get to the details. Okay. What have we read? We read the transcript of comms. We read the battery rotation request. Next is medical testing for launch readiness. Doesn't seem like there's any document about that. Okay, then he inspects her office where he took this photo from her desk. Doesn't say that he took this photo, but presumably he would have taken it. Now, let's see if we can zoom in on this and see anything important. Like, what's this cup on her desk? PLIF or something. There's her desk. Anything on her bookshelf? Just lots of records. Oh, there's the photo. Right there is this photo that he took. Anything else jump out at you about her office? Not really. Okay, the photo was taken at 7:10, so that confirms that it was taken during the investigation of her office. He met with Dr. Bowman, the health director, and got 5 personnel records. So this is where Jonathan's decision of what order we do these documents is going to have us breaking stuff up, and I like this. All right, so he got from the doctor the personnel record. So we're going to separate this information, these documents. so that we can go through these in the same exact order that our original investigator went through them, which is fun. I'm pretty suspicious of the brother, to be honest. Not that he tried to kill her on purpose, just that he's was up to something fishy. All right. So when our security guy met with the doctor in charge of the crew, she gave him 5 personnel records. And I guess a statement. Try to organize this a little bit better. Okay, let's see. Meeting with Dr. Bowman, personnel records 5, and an email about the Lopez diet plan. Where is Heidi's statement? Oh, here's the letter. She gave that to him later. Okay, so we don't have access to that. But she did give us information about the Lopez diet plan. Not sure why she has that. Let's see. Amelia Lopez. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, he meets with the doctor. He gets 5 personnel records and an email about the Lopez diet plan. And that's what we're going to go through now. All right. Let's start with the brother. All right, let's see how these personnel records work. Jordan Anthony Ivory. We've got his date of birth, blood pressure, vision, blood type, height, weight, sex, language, security clearance. Okay, he's got security clearance C2 crew, no military experience. He's the lead engineer. Here's his background, MIT, certified aerospace technician, manufacturing calibration technician. He's been on 4 test flights or a test flight of the Dawn 4 and the Dawn 9. Okay, let's look at his psychological and physical profiles. Interesting. So he's high in compliance, low in stability. While highly conscientious and a brilliant engineer, Jordan is easily flustered when the world does not share his compliance to expected outcomes. This makes him a questionable choice for any mission where he may be a lead decision maker in a high-stakes scenario. He is prone to make rash decisions or no decision at all when presented with unexpected obstacles that require fast action. All right, we saw a little bit of that in his behavior. Compliance. It sounds like he might be, someone could direct him around. Okay, here's his physical stats. Medical condition, he's got anxiety, but not medicated. Doesn't take any drugs for it. All right, next up. Here's Hiro, the person who is in the room with him changing the batteries. Hiro Sasaki. He's from Japan. He's got an engineering background. Speaks Japanese, English, Mandarin, and German. He's only got clearance 1 guest, so he should have not been in the control room with Jordan. All right, he's got high resilience and extroversion, low compliance. Hero is talented and capable, a consummate and experienced businessman with high ambitions. His background as an entrepreneur shows he is a natural leader with the ability to follow through on long-term goals. However, Hero's natural inclination towards leadership may lead to disgruntlement when he's not in a position of authority, which we picked up in his comms communication. He was not happy with being ordered around. He's got some allergies to shellfish. All right, here's AJ, the spiritual friend of Sandra, who has no business being here. He's from India. He does have full C2 clearance of the crew. He's just a little yogi. All right, let's look at his psychological profile. High resilience, high extroversion, high empathy, high stability, low compliance. AJ is charismatic and empathetic by nature. His scores suggest he is ideally suited for prolonged occupancy on an orbital vessel. He displays excellent conflict prevention, seems comfortable in both isolation and close quarters with other personalities. However, his knowledge of human psychology and profiling acumen may render traditional profiling methods ineffective. In other words, it might be hard to tell if he's lying or deceitful, etc. Okay, there's his physical profile. He can hold his breath for a long time. No medical conditions, claims never to have been treated by a medical practitioner. All right, here's the Colonel, Kurt Abrams. Let's see, look at his chart. High resilience, stability, and compliance. No empathy or extroversion. Classified, classified, classified. He's got only clearance of a guest here. He's currently still working for Space Force, but it's all classified. Kurt is calm and aloof. He's extremely stable and compliant, but may clash with personalities that attempt to exert undue authority. He is well suited to the particular rigors of the mission, should make for an exemplary guest if not infringed upon. Can hold his breath. Got good reasonable cardio. He is allergic to soy milk, socialists, and MSNBC. Colonel Abrams insisted these items be documented. Okay. And then we have lastly Amelia Lopez, the commander, who we heard on the comms, doing a pretty good job, I'll have to say, on the comms. She sounded like she had a military background. Yes, she's in Air Force. She had a medical discharge. She was a test pilot. Yeah, she handled that job pretty well on the comms. Let's see what she's got. She was a test pilot, Space Commander certified. She's flown on a bunch of flights. And in fact, she was part of the Green Hub installation, the lab installation, and the Red Hub connection. This is all stuff. These two here is where Sandra Ivey ended up dead. Okay. Let's look at her psychological profile. Low in empathy, high in almost everything else. Talented and capable leader, Amelia is well trained for her duties as commanding officer and has proven herself resilient to the rigors of spaceflight. My only concern is that she displays a degree of perfectionism bordering on neurotic that may cause friction between herself and less compliant crewmates. She's got a good physical profile, but low in strength. She has cancer. Breast cancer, diagnosed September 2017, mastectomy performed February 23rd, 2018, complete remission. Last checkup, July 6th. Okay. Seems neither here nor there, but they're pretty thorough. And then when he met with the doctor, our client, he also got this email. Let's see why Dr. Heidi Bowman thought this might be useful to us. Hi, Saul. Please find my correspondence. Is this the letter she got? Yes, about Amelia. Correspondence with Amelia below regarding her dietary restrictions. Okay, so a week before the accident, the doctor mails Amelia and says, "Hi, Amelia. After looking at your charts with Dr. Bao, we both agree it seems like you're experiencing an intense bout of IBS. This is irritable bowel syndrome. This is likely a symptom of the acute stress surrounding this mission or the progression of a developing dietary sensitivity. None of your other readings suggest viral infection. None of the other crew are experiencing issues, so we don't think it's food poisoning. We advise you increase your fiber intake from fruits and vegetables. Avoid any foods containing lactose, gluten, or heavy spices. Drink mostly water and avoid excess caffeine entirely. Yes, that means you need to eliminate coffee, even decaf, until this stabilizes. We know the latter request may be particularly difficult, but you're in luck. AJ Singh requested a supply of teas be sent with his personal effects. He's willing to part with some. It should be enough to get you out of a morning slump without being too taxing on your digestion. To be on the safe side, I'd like you to stick to this list of approved foods for the remainder of the trip. I know it's not as appetizing as the pre-made meals, but we need you feeling at your best for everyone's sake. I've included the inventory codes so they're easy to find in the cafeteria. White rice, oatmeal, quinoa, cooked sweet potato, chicken broth, chicken soup, canned tuna, canned salmon, pumpkin seeds, dried banana, dried blueberries, dried orange. Why this is of any interest to us, we don't know yet. Jordan went to MIT, which was on the cup on the desk. Okay, so you're saying, or whatever, we don't know why, if it'll be useful, but you're saying when we looked at Sandra's desk and we said we noticed she had a mug. I guess that says MIT. It doesn't. Yeah, I guess it does. Could be a little clearer, but all right. So, okay, so we've gone over the personnel records. Nothing really jumps out, as well as Amelia's medical stuff. I can't say that that was particularly insightful, but we got a little bit of a psychological profile. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue going through our guy's evidence he's gathered, starting with the letter from the United States Space Force about Colonel Abrams. Take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. The chat is active, discussing thoughts. I was pointing out how I really like this idea, how we're methodically going through all of the documents in order rather than searching for the first objective. I think that's going to make an interesting trajectory for our case. Jonathan was saying, I think story-wise, the reason that we've got the email attached to the with the personnel records is that our doctor, and here's the photo that our investigator took of her when he met with her at 8:03 a.m. There's Dr. Heidi Bowman. That it was updating her personnel file. I was wondering if maybe that IBS issue was related to her cancer coming back. Something to think about. I think DJ made a very good point about in the comms, Sandra Ivey's radio was left in her room instead of on her person, and that's very suspicious. I wonder if we're going to find out that she was killed in her room and then brought, or no. Well, anyway, it is very suspicious she didn't have her radio on her. All right, let's continue going through the evidence. He contacted Colonel Abrams' executive assistant and received a letter from him. So here is the letter he received. United States Space Force, August 12th, 2021. To Solomon Hart. Dear Solomon Hart, thank you for your inquiry regarding Colonel Abrams' work as an officer of the United States Space Force. This letter serves as an official record that your request has been denied, and you have been formally asked to discontinue any additional lines of inquiry into this specific subject matter. I've taken the liberty of writing you personally in order to dissuade any further attempts to pry into classified materials. If you had any notion to escalate up the chain of command, rest assured you have reached its pinnacle. I can confirm Colonel Abrams has departed for the Delta One with the full leave of the United States Space Force. As one of our best and brightest, Astro 4 should be grateful for the immeasurable asset of his presence aboard their station. Regarding his professional motivations to attend this mission or the personal cargo he carried with him, you are more than welcome to take that up with the colonel himself. He is well aware of what he is authorized to share with the civilian, and I expect you to respect that he is within his rights and his duty to withhold classified information. I commend your decision to thorough examination, but I assure you that the details of Colonel Abrams' record are well outside the scope of whatever incident you are investigating. I consider it my personal fortune to have served with Colonel Abrams on multiple occasions against multiple enemies, and I assure you the man and his work are beyond reproach. To be absolutely clear, the USSF will not tolerate any allegations of non-cooperation, nor the attempts to besmirch the good name of one of our own. Any further attempts to obtain this information without sound grounds for declassification will be met by the full litigious force of the USSF. General Jerome P. Lewitt. Okay, pretty cool. More notion that this colonel is up there doing something military. All right, so that was the letter from the UCSF. Next up, he went to launch training. After that, he started doing some outside research on Sasaki Core. Okay, so it looks like he did research into Sasaki, and he also did research into AJ's article in the Houston Times. Okay. Boy, this is a good idea Jonathan had to do it in this order. It makes it more enjoyable. All right, let's look at the research he did into Sasaki Corporation. And this guy who's being blamed for making the human error, right? He's being blamed for messing up the battery charge. It's his company's batteries. Innovative design, sustainable manufacturing, endless possibility. The Sasaki Corporation is here to empower your life. Sasaki Corporation is dedicated to providing the world with clean, reliable energy that anyone can afford. Our industry-leading lithium-ion technology has been powering everything from the emergency flashlight in your drawer to the emergency room of your local hospital. Sasaki Corporation is there when you need them most. But we aren't stopping there. With our newly installed batteries in the Astro 4 Delta 1 space station, Sasaki Corporation is rocketing to new heights. This is looks like their Facebook page. All right, let me see. It's got some photos, including one with Sandra Ivey, it looks like. One powering his electric vehicle, maybe. Is this a sign that he was on a retreat with AJ? Let's keep this picture in mind. Looks like, no, that must be Mount Fuji. He's in Japan here. All right. And I don't know what they're designing here. Here's a video of our new state-of-the-art battery manufacturing plant. It almost looks like we could visit Facebook and click on this. I don't think so, though. All right, here's a photo of him with a checklist. That looks like that's the, hey, are we going to spot, this is the battery checklist. Are we going to spot that that the one they gave him was doctored to force him to make a mistake? Because this list is absolutely the checklist that we have seen. This is this. That's what he's got in his hand. A copy of this list. And I wonder if we'll be able to spot a mistake. Not a mistake, a purposeful, that someone give him the wrong printout with wrong instructions. Let's go through it in order, though. Still a few more days left of my low Earth orbit vacation. I'm finally getting to take a peek under the hood on the Delta 1. This might not look as fun as the Delta 1 0G Rec Center, but it's the most exciting stuff on the station to me. Amy Cooper says, hey, how much did it cost to get on this roller coaster? And everyone's laughing about it. Okay, now let's see if we can see anything that might have changed between that and this sheet. Can we get enough resolution? Yep, look at that. Look at that. It's absolutely different. 100%. They've switched emergency versus active. Look. Look. Look, you can't read the text, but look at the length of the line at the top and the length of the line at the bottom. They have swapped out on his checklist. Active, they've moved to the bottom, and emergency charge, they've moved to the top. Look at that. You can't, even with glasses, you wouldn't be able to read this. You can't read the text, but you can see right away that this last entry must be active. And this top entry must say emergency charge. This is the only two-word one. It's the longest one. Okay, now we're much more, now Jordan is the one to blame. It absolutely is going to be Jordan. Now, he didn't mean to kill his sister, but Jordan has given this guy wrong instructions. He's given him instructions deliberately designed to cause a malfunction. Yeah, no, there's no way. You can see them better on camera than you could with glasses, and there's no way to read these any more than you see it here. They're deliberately blurred out, but you can figure out that that's going to say emergency charge. And you can even see that it's still going to say 119 up there, even though the text can't be read, but you can tell from context that someone has deliberately messed with this. Before we move on here, I think this is our key evidence here that someone deliberately gave him a sabotaged thing. Now let's see if there's anything else we want to see that's different between these two. I don't think so. Not that it's matters. This looks like the same. Of course, you can't read it, but basically the same. It's just this list at the bottom. That's been clearly reversed. All right. I think we probably are in a position to answer that first question about sabotage. Wow, look at that. So the brother surely is the one responsible for giving him a fake checklist, a fake process list. This is the one that they approved and checked. Wow. All right, we caught him. John says, it's a little embarrassing that the first investigator had the evidence of sabotage before he even went into space. Well, yes, that's true. Now, I was going to say that this battery process was supposed to be done every day at 11. So I was going to say, have they been using this the whole time? But actually, this was taken on the 10th, which is the exact day, the day before. No, it is the day when the disaster happened. So he's just about to do it. It's 10:58 a.m. on the day of the disaster. So yeah, he's been given a wrong checklist and he's about to make that mistake. Previous days, Jordan has been doing it. It's only this day that Jordan gave him this assignment. So yeah, Jordan, it looks like our instincts were right that it was Jordan. All right, let's look a little bit. Let's learn a little bit about AJ, and then maybe we'll answer that first question. Should we try calling Solomon Investigations? No, there's no need to call it because the phone number is a 555 numbers, which are the fake numbers. So it's not a real callable number. All right, let's read this article about AJ. AJ Singh chats with the Houstonian Times about his new studio and finding your deepest self. Today we sat down with AJ Singh, developer of the Deep Self Method, at his new studio in Midtown. DSM is a yoga meditation ritual that's taking the Houston health and wellness scene by storm. Guru AJ recently made his way to Houston from New York, but before that he spent most of his life in the remote Himalayas. In India, I gained the title of Swami Singhuru, but I don't go by that here unless it's at a book signing, he says with a laugh, which is precisely why I renounce it. The Swami belongs in India. It is the path of A.J. Singh I followed across the ocean. For those in the know, the Deep Self method achieved near mythical status as New York City's best-kept secret. Singh's first studio was a nondescript apartment in Greenwich Village. The clientele was limited and membership was a closely guarded secret even before his autobiography hit the bestsellers list. Those lucky enough to become a student would spend weeks under the private tutelage of Singh himself. When asked about the exclusivity of his practice, A.J. had this to say: "A life's path is always individual, and as such it is a criminal act to attempt to herd many down a singular road. You will only cause them to lose their way. I am a guide, not a teacher, so I do not hold classes. One-on-one or couples only." And here he is. He's got some tattoos. Taking so few students means that Singh has to be particularly selective about those he guides, and he is notorious for turning away some of the most prestigious clients who come to his door. AJ says there's no rubric for selecting his clients. Instead, he chooses those he thinks he can help the most. When you keep an eye on your own path, it is easy enough to see who is walking in your direction and who is not. One such person is Houston's own Sandra Ivey, the star-bound luminary and CEO of Astro 4. In between test flights and planning for the official opening of the Delta One space station later this year, Sandra has been spotted more than once coming out of AJ's new studio. Many of us would be starstruck going toe-to-toe with an international celebrity, but AJ is no stranger to high-profile students. Even the most exceptional person is still a person. Moreover, those dedicated to excellence are often the most open to self-improvement. I think that is why I have found such success with VIPs such as Sandra. Despite being guru to the stars, AJ still insists that all clients will be considered, while he still has time slots open. So stop by soon before they fill up. All right. Now, let's see if the chat wants us to answer that first sabotage question. So we were told, prove the Delta One was sabotaged. Prove the Delta One. Can you find evidence that the blackout was intentional? So it seems like we probably can provide evidence. It's going to ask us a question, so we can go to that website and see if we can answer that question. All right, let's do it. There's no reason for us not to at least open the website. Sorry, can you see that? Yes, okay. So I did it, I scanned it, open the website. All right, let's see what we've got here. Close these others. All right, aha. What two items best prove the Delta One was sabotaged? This is what I remember, just as a little aside. When I reviewed Harmony Ashcroft, when I played Unsolved Case Files Harmony Ashcroft, I believe this was the first game, the first cold case game that I had played that used this system of asking what evidence best proves it. And it's actually a brilliant idea. More games should use this kind of system. It's a little bit reminiscent of actually the Starry Sky Necklace game. But you can see what it's doing here. It's now asking us not just the answer, like, did this happen, but how do we prove it? All right, so what we think our answer to this is the battery process instructions and the social media of heroes. Now, this is just brilliant. I really love this idea. They've basically got the list of every document that's inside this case. Every cold case document is listed here. So for any question, they just present this list and ask us to choose from this list. I just think that's brilliant. Is there any disagreement that this proves the sabotage? I mean, we have not read through all of the documents, so presumably if we did, we'd have a little more confidence, but I feel like we're confident enough to answer this. Any disagreement with submitting this now? Again, we haven't read all the witness statements. It's possible the game has something different in mind that would be obvious to us if we read it. But I think worst case scenario, this is just going to tell us that we're wrong. It's not going to give us the answer. This is why this is a much better system than make your guess, then open an envelope like we've seen on some hunter killers and complained about. This will give us a second chance if we were wrong. All right, let's see. I'm going to submit it. You solved objective 1. Someone swapped the battery rotation instructions. Congratulations, you've just broken the entire case wide open. You may now open bonus envelope A. Okay, and it's doing exactly what we surmised, that they've swapped the last two. No highlighter. I recognize the no highlighter. That doesn't seem significant though, but it's just pointing out. All right. So that's exactly what we spotted. And then from Jordan's interrogation, he says, I even highlighted the part about not setting the batteries to emergency charge. So we haven't read that part yet. I guess that was meant, that interrogation would have pointed us more towards this. Use the buttons below to let others on social media know you just cracked an unsolved case file wide open. All right, we don't need to do that. You may now open bonus envelope A. Okay, so well done. Now, where is our, we haven't read that yet. We now get to open this. Before we do, however, I just want to get our evidence out again. We've got our timeline. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay, we're on track. Before we open a new envelope, read these documents first. You think, I mean, because it was assuming we had already read the transcripts, you think we should read them ourselves before we open this? Sure. Okay, we have permission to open this now, but we're going to do this in order. All right, let's go back to our methodical approach. All right. Everyone agrees? All right. So next up is the letter from Heidi Bowman, the doctor. Here she is. Let's see what she said, what she wants us to know. Hello again, Saul. I gave you the official personnel records, but I felt compelled to share some off-the-record info on the Delta One roster before you head up there. I'm not sure how forthright Raymond has been, and I'd hate to think we sent you up there blind. Regarding Colonel Abrams, Kurt is a closed book, but he was particularly tight-lipped when it came to the cargo he wanted to bring aboard the Delta One. We asked him to submit an inventory for approval, and he pushed back hard. We eventually sent him to ground control since what goes up is really their purview. No idea what happened after that, but there's no record of any inventory for Kurt. And as far as I know, he got to take whatever he wanted. Seems like no one would go through that much trouble if there was nothing to hide. Now, regarding Hero. As you know, Hero's company was a fierce rival of Astro 4. Sasaki Corp declared plans for a private space station years ago, but multiple setbacks led to a very public flop around the time Astro 4 announced plans to build the Delta One. Hero was a fierce enemy of Astro 4. We know he leaked false rumors to the press, and we believe Sasaki was behind multiple cyber attacks on our employee server, looking for restricted info on the Delta One. I'm sure you recall his campaign to steal our top engineers. Good thing Jordan was getting along with Sandra when he received that offer letter. Eventually, Hero and Sandra had a 6-hour closed-door meeting, and suddenly Sasaki Corp was our top sponsor. He even donated the batteries we installed on the Delta One. Hero's a cunning businessman. I find it hard to believe his partnership with Astro 4 is as benevolent as it claims. But we don't believe that Hero was involved in the sabotage. He was clearly given wrong instructions by Jordan. So we know Jordan is at the center of this, but we don't think Jordan is the mastermind. And I don't think Jordan purposely killed his sister. But he was obviously working for someone else. Now, AJ Singh. Sandra's wellness guru, AJ Singh, came out of nowhere. He's technically an employee of Astro 4, though the paperwork on that is a mess. No one knows much about him or where he came from. Sandra found his book, started attending his practice here in Houston shortly after you retired. I think she was trying to fill a hole in her life that was left by your absence. Sandra claimed AJ's guidance was critical to making their partnership with Sasaki. A week later, she hired AJ directly and bought 500 copies of his book for our staff. He moved into her guest house and sat beside her in every meeting, saying nothing to anyone beyond a whisper in Sandra's ear. Personal advisor is the title they made up, but I have no idea what he does. He doesn't raise any specific red flags, but I often look into his eyes and wonder whether he believes what he says or if it's all just an act. Amelia Lopez. Captain Lopez is the best of the best, but she's had a larger chip on her shoulder since being discharged from the Air Force. Her military pedigree is evident, but she chafes quickly when dealing with less disciplined teammates. Amelia has always been a bit high-strung. Something about this mission in particular has her really uptight. She's even reporting physician symptoms that I think are likely stress-induced. Physical symptoms that are stress-induced. I already sent you my last correspondence with her about dietary restrictions, but I'm still not sure what has her so on edge. I wonder if she just got notice that her cancer is back. That's what I think, maybe. Now, here's the key one, Jordan Ivey. Let's read this carefully. I saved Jordan for last because I wanted to be clear that no crew member is perfect. However, Jordan is the only member who was initially rejected for this mission. Jordan's technical expertise isn't in question. He's a genius and knows the Delta One better than anyone. However, he responds poorly in high-pressure situations. That's why Raj had to replace him as CTO. Jordan freezes when problems occur, and the more he's pressured, the more prone he becomes to making rash decisions. Jordan is 10 times worse when Sandra is involved. It's clear he feels overshadowed by her in a big way, often blowing small issues way out of proportion. Sandra has a protective streak where Jordan's concerned. Long story short, she overrode our decision and approved Jordan for the mission. Good luck up there, Saul. If anyone can make sense of this, I know it's you, Heidi. P.S. Astro 4's counseling services are at your full disposal. Use them. Talk to me when you're back and we can set up an appointment. I still owe you a favor. Wonder why she owes him a favor. All right, that's pretty cool. They're doing a good job of making these people all seem fleshed out. Okay, let's go back to our list here. Next up is the situation reports. So he's made it up to Delta One now. He's got up there and he says, bring me the situation reports that everyone filled out. You didn't fill them out yet? Okay, separate everyone. You each go into a different room and fill out these situation reports and hand them over. So that's what they've done. And we are now going to be able to read them. And we're going to read them. It would be much more natural to read all these paper clipped items together, but this feels much more like we're recreating this case. All right, so everyone has delivered their situation report. Let's put Jordan up the back. Okay. So Solomon would have gone through these then. Let's see what we've got. So look at how cool this is. They've all, I'll bet something like this exists with these kinds of places. They've got a diagram of the space station. And as they're pointing out where they were and what happened, they're writing in where they were. So everyone's going to have different annotations on their charts to map up. In fact, they all use it differently. This person is, Amelia, is the most methodical. She's bullet pointed each of her things and written down where she is. Okay, Amelia seems very reliable. All right, let's go through Amelia's statement here. I was in the red sector here when the lights went out. Jordan confirmed the outage was station-wide. He and Hero were at each other's throats. Hero had been given access to the control room, which is here, and the battery override codes. Both are severe breaches of security, and I was furious, but I needed to keep Jordan focused on fixing the problem. Jordan said the situation was non-critical, asked me to head to the control room to help out. That's right, he did. On my way to the control room, Colonel Abrams radioed in. He's here at 2. I was anxious having a man outside like that, but he had enough oxygen. Jordan had to fix the power before we could let him in. So he's in the airlock, I guess, at the Blue Hub. Okay, item 3. After a few minutes in the control room, so she gets to the control room where Jordan is. It was clear Jordan was struggling to reverse whatever Hero had done. I radioed Hero to walk us through what they want to say, like, what did you do? If you tell us what you did, maybe we can fix it. I radioed Hero to walk us through his steps. He had left his radio in the control room, so they couldn't find him. So she went to the red sector to find him. Remember, he stormed off in a huff. When I got to the red section, AJ came bumbling out of the observatory. There wasn't time to explain, so I told him to just sit tight. Then Hero entered from the habituation room just in time to hear Jordan give the evac order over the radio to leave the green sector. I bolted to the green sector to make sure it was empty, but I was too late. So she gets to the green sector, but it's already shutting down. Remember, she says she heard the hissing. The door to the green sector hissed shut just after I arrived. Jordan insisted I shouldn't be anywhere near there, and that's when it hit me like a punch to the gut. Where was Sandra? I rushed back to the red sector, searched every module, only found Sandra's radio in her room. Now, why is Sandra's room in the red sector? Oh, that's where they all sleep, in the habituation room. Okay, she rushes back. She searches her room. She doesn't find her there, but she finds her radio there. So she calls Jordan to see if she was with him, but she wasn't. So I told AJ and Hero to scour the red sector while I checked the cafeteria. Back here. One thing that's notable is it sounds like you can only go, like if you were going to the blue room from the blue to the red, if someone was going from red to blue, you would see them. Now, you wouldn't see them if they went this way, but it does seem to give us certain paths that would be unlikely. I went next door to make sure the colonel was safe while Jordan got the airlock ready to oxygenate. Let's see, did I skip a step? She's checking the cafeteria. Okay. She's checking the cafeteria. And then the power came on while she's in the cafeteria. It was obvious Sandra wasn't there. She goes next door to the airlock at 8 to make sure the colonel, who's waiting there to be let in, was safe. We had a few minutes before the green sector unlocked, so I asked everyone to meet in the red hub to contact Houston. I thought they may have info to help us rescue Sandra. That's when we found out there wouldn't be any rescue attempts or happy endings. Can't even go in there and get her because they locked it from mission control. All right, next up is Hero's statement. We didn't look at this. Let's see what she wrote here. So she's recorded the incident happening at 11:10. No injuries. Casualties, yes. Caused by user error, yes. Additional training, yes. Parts were repaired, yes. Replacement parts needed, yes. Mechanical defect caused, no. Critical damage sustained, no. Systems damage, power grid, air filtration, batteries, thermal controls. Severity, severe. Let me just see if any of these are different on those bottom things. Yes, they are. So they filled them out differently. Wow, they're all filling them out differently. That's weird. Like this person has written no additional training needed, etc. All right, we might have to look at those later. Okay, that was Amelia. Now let's look at Hero. I was in the control room running Jordan's needless battery rotation process. He couldn't trust our batteries to do their job without putting his name on it somehow. I followed Jordan's process to the letter, but I was only a few minutes in when it all went dark. Jordan was fuming. He immediately blamed the issue on the batteries and then my inability to follow instructions. We determined that our essential systems were still working, and I left when it became clear that he would rather cast blame than work to fix the problem together. After that, I went back to my room to let the professionals fix it. My radio must have detached from the Velcro because Amelia came into the red sector hub yelling for me. I came out of habituation to meet her just as soon as I heard. Before she could get a full sentence out, Jordan called over a radio asking all crew to evacuate the green sector. Amelia immediately launched herself toward the green sector, leaving AJ and me stranded in the red hub. A few minutes later, she returned, asking if we had seen Sandra. We had not, so we split up to check all the rooms and other modules in the red sector. When we failed to find Sandra, Amelia radioed Jordan to ask if he had seen her anywhere in the blue sector. When he said he hadn't, I think that's when it sank in for all of us. We tried to remain optimistic, mostly for Jordan's sake. He and I had our differences, but I can't imagine the weight he must have felt as the minutes ticked by with no word from Sandra. Jordan eventually brought the main power back online. Once the colonel was safe in the airlock, we met in the Red Sector hub and received confirmation from ground control she didn't make it. Okay, and then he is just saying what his path was. He was in the battery controls. He was following the process. Everything went wrong, blackout. Then they got into a fight. He's like, there's no point in me being in here. He goes back to his room until she gets him. Does it make sense that Amelia and Hero could not have passed each other when he headed from control to habituation? I think it does make sense. Let's see. I think he could have gotten there before she comes in there. He asked me to head out. Hero comes home. I think that's consistent with the comms. So let's see. It's a good question, though. So at 11:11, they start getting into fights. Hero's in the control room with Jordan with the batteries. He says, if you want me to leave, just say so. I'm a guest here anyway. Okay, so then Jordan tells Amelia he's heading your way. Hero's left. He's probably headed to the Red Sector, to his room, says Jordan at 11:12. And then Amelia says, I'm in the middle of something, but I'll be there as soon as I can. So she hasn't headed over there yet. She doesn't get over there. She still hasn't even left by 11:16. Look. So 11:11, Hero's headed to Red Sector. And Jordan says, Amelia, come over. And Amelia takes 5 more minutes before she heads over. And we know why, because she's going to be stuck in the bathroom with her irritable bowel syndrome. All right, but that was a good question from Jonathan. But yes, it is completely consistent with Amelia taking some time to get over there. All right, let's look at AJ and look for contradictions. Let's also remember we haven't studied these parts. In fact, I guess I see. They're all writing about different places. That's interesting. So Amelia wrote about the control room situation. There were no injuries, but there was fatality. And then it looks like Hero is writing about power distribution. Here's AJ, who's writing about the batteries. I was in the observatory meditating at the time of the blackout. I had the lights out and my radio off to eliminate distraction. As such, I was unaware of the exact moment it all began. I recall feeling a shift in the station's aura. I did my best to ignore it and remain empty, but the sensation soon grew too powerful to ignore. I made my way to the red hub just as Amelia came floating in from the hallway. She was vibrating with anger. I looked to her for clarity on what had befallen the station, but she was intent on finding Hero, who entered the hub from habitation, soon after. The tension between them was palpable. I felt an eruption looming just as Jordan's voice broke through on the radio, calling for an evacuation of the green sector. Amelia rushed off, leaving Hero and I behind to wait. She soon returned, asking for Sandra, Amelia's anger now overtaken by alarm. We searched the habitation and recreation modules urgently, but found nothing. We remained hopeful, but now I know the sensation I felt was Sandra's pain and path reaching its terminus. There is nothing to mourn. We need only to witness the divine will of the universe. All right, so he was meditating and he turned off his radio and now he's back. We can skip all that. Now, 2 more left. Here's the Colonel. I was out on a scheduled EVA, that's a spacewalk, as you civilians like to call it, when the lights on the station went dark. I knew something had gone wrong, so I used my tether to navigate back to the airlock. It's quite difficult without the guiding lights. I could hear some of the chatter between Jordan and Captain Lopez and piece together what happened. When I got back to the airlock, I finally had a free hand to use my own radio, and Captain Lopez informed me they could not get me to safety until power was restored. Technically, I was already inside the station, but if Jordan hadn't gotten the power on to repressurize the airlock within the hour, you'd have another dead body on your hands. From inside the airlock, I could see faintly through the hatch into the blue sector HVB, but it was mostly dark other than the emergency strip lighting. I saw a few flashes of movement when I first got into space, and then a bit more shortly before the evac order was given, but I couldn't see much more than that. That sounds kind of significant for us. All right, Jonathan has a point. I'm going to finish reading this and then I'll try to address that. He seems to be describing seeing some movement in the blue sector hub. I don't want to forget that. In fact, let me make a little to-do list here. Okay, he says, it seemed like I had been forgotten after the fire was discovered, but all I could do was hang tight where I was. And when I overheard that Mrs. Ivey was unaccounted for, it was clear from the tone that they anticipated the worst. I offered my condolences and meant it, but I didn't want Jordan to get distracted from restoring power to get me back inside. I had enough O2 to make do, but it was far from limitless. Once the lights were on, the captain and Jordan set the airlock to repressurize and reoxygenate. It was breathable in about 15 minutes, but I needed to stay in there for closer to 30 before it was safe to leave the airlock. Once I was inside, Captain Lopez informed me that Miss Ivey was confirmed dead and the lab was locked until your arrival. Okay, let me see what the chat is trying to say. John says, I guess I'm a little confused if she was always in the hub when Hero should have passed through the hub to get to habituation. I don't think... Here, let me explain how I read it. Amelia is in the red sector. She's here. But she doesn't say what room she's in. I think she's in the bathroom. Okay, so Jonathan was saying, how does Hero come back into his bedroom without Amelia seeing him, without them crossing paths? And my point is that I don't think she's just standing in here so that she would see him come by. I think she's in one of these rooms. She's probably not in the observatory. That's where the guy is meditating. But I think she's in the bathroom here. She could be in the bathroom in habituation or the bathroom in recreation or the bathroom in the hub. That's what I think. That's why she hasn't seen him come in. And there may be private rooms here. Okay, that was Kurt. And let's reread what he says here. He says, I could see faintly through the hatch into the booth section. So here he is in the airlock, and he's saying, hey, look, I can see. Here he was on his spacewalk. He was operating here. Comes in the airlock. He can see faintly into the blue hub. So we can see some activity there. Mostly dark, emergency strip. I saw a few flashes of movement when I first got into place. Then a bit more shortly before the evac order. So we could trace time, and he's saying there's some activity in here. That might be relevant for us. I'm not sure. And now we're going to read Jordan's statement. This is the most important one. I was working through an air filtration issue from the control room when everything went dark. Then the emergency lighting kicked in. Hero was in there with me. I left him at the battery controls just a few minutes prior. I know he did something wrong. I knew he did something wrong immediately. I asked him what happened, and he just stared at me like he couldn't fathom that he might be at fault. Amelia radioed in, so I knew the main electrical grid must be off. Electrical systems were still on emergency power, so it didn't feel life-threatening. I asked Hero to walk me through what he did wrong, but he got flustered and stormed off. Would have been helpful to have him there, but I didn't have time for his attitude. I asked Amelia to assist, and it took forever for her to get down the hallway, so I was on my own trying to hold a pen light in my teeth. Colonel Abrams called in. That's when we both realized that he was still outside the station, and we couldn't let him in until the power was back on. By the time Amelia arrived, it was clear we needed Hero to tell us exactly what he did, but he left his radio in the battery cabinet when he pushed off. Amelia headed out to find him. He left his radio in the battery cabinet when he pushed off. A minute or two after she left, I noticed that the air quality monitor was in the red. We had smoke in the green hub, and the fire suppression system had already triggered. I got on the radio, gave the evacuation order as soon as I realized what was happening. Amelia ignored the part about evacuating, decided to rush towards it instead. I'm just glad she wasn't inside when the hatch sealed. She asked if I knew where Sandra was, like it wasn't her job to know, but I guess that job fell on me too, and I failed. I got the power back on about 10 minutes later, a few more, and we had the colonel safely inside. After that, Amelia made us call ground control before heading into the green sector to find Sandra. Now they're saying you'll be the first one they let in to see her. It's a really good question why Sandra did not evacuate. Why did Sandra not evacuate? Was she already dead or unconscious at that time? Very strange. All right. Now, the next item you get is the battery rotation process instructions. I guess there was the battery rotation request transcript. So I guess we read the battery rotation process. So I guess we read that out of order. What is the transcript of battery rotation request? Did we read that or did we not read that? I see. So we read this a bit out of order. We read the battery rotation instructions earlier, but that was really the instructions here. Early on, our guy got this request to change the battery. We read about it though, but here let's hear here's his request. So a week before the accident, sabotage, he says, I propose to fine-tune the 3-unit battery rotation for red, green, and blue hub. He noticed the automated battery rotation for the battery bays in each hub isn't operating efficiently. I'd like to manually override it while I'm up here and collect enough data to fix it, to fix Sasaki's algorithm when I get back to Houston. These batteries should be kept above 40% charge for optimal lifespan, but the default programming wears the battery all the way down below 5% before rotating. I went ahead and wrote up the instructions and attached it to this request. So this is the instructions he wrote up. You can see the short active is on the top and the double word is on the bottom. You can see same thing here. Not actually readable, but you can tell by the shape. So he says, I propose we start it on August 3rd and go for 10 days and do it every day at 11. So remember that it was up until that last day he was doing it. It's just that the last day he got busy. So he gave it to Hiro. So he says, you need a keypad with hardwired USB-C. And everyone signed off on this. Okay, fine. Nothing surprising about that. And now we have interrogation transcript. And then the accident report that he prepared. All right, so the only thing left for us, if we're doing this right, are the interrogation report. All right, well, time for another break. We'll come back, we'll read their interrogations, and then we're gonna hit the sealed envelopes. We've already gotten access to one of them. So after we read our interrogations and make our observations, we will proceed to the envelopes. Interrogations when we come back, 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Lots of questions in the chat. I need to remind you guys, you're supposed to be taking a break, stretching, refreshing your tea during the breaks. It helps to clear your mind. Don't get so laser focused during the breaks. There were a couple of good questions that came up, and we're going to put them on our little to-do list so we don't forget to think about them. One was, did we ever find out what was Jordan busy with that he had to give Hero the assignment to do the battery? But I think that was just fake, but I think we should definitely check what he said. And then another question was about Hero lost his radio and whether there was a discrepancy there about in cabinet or did it drop. Maybe some contradictory statements about that. We'll come back to those, but now it's time to read through the interrogation. Once we finish reading through the interrogations, we will have gone through all the evidence other than what's in the envelope. All right, let's start with Amelia, the commander. Let's take a good look at Amelia. She's consummate professional military training, but she's having some IBS issues. And I think it's going to turn out that she was in the bathroom for big parts of this. Okay. And is this her handwriting? No, this is our guy's handwriting. Okay, an interrogation that Solomon Hart did. Okay, he interviewed her in the cafeteria. Commander Lopez, you're the station commander on this vessel, is that right? Yes, sir. I understand that Jordan maintains the integrity of the station itself while you're responsible for personnel on board. I suppose that makes you the best person to ask what exactly went wrong up here, right? Yes, sir. There was a station-wide power outage caused when Jordan let Hero into the control. I'll have plenty of questions for Jordan and Hero about the batteries. I need you to tell me how this all ended with Sandra dead. From the start of this crisis, what were you doing to keep her safe? Sir, that question doesn't feel appropriate to me given the complexity of the situation. We had a guest in the airlock breathing on a tank. This radio transcript from Raj shows it took you nearly 20 minutes to even ask where Sandra was. Does that feel appropriate to you given the complexity of the situation? Sir, I was trusting my lead engineer, Jordan. He told me the situation wasn't critical and he'd have us back online soon. By the time I knew what was really happening, it was too late to adjust. Let's take this minute by minute. The record shows you broke radio silence first to ask Jordan what was happening. This was soon after things went dark, is that right? Yes, sir. 15 seconds at most. I didn't know if the outage was isolated to me or station-wide, which he confirmed. What then? I got to the blue sector as fast as I could to assist Jordan. As fast as you could? Because it says here you took almost 5 minutes to get to the blue hub. I've seen the way you fly down these halls, and I don't see how you could be more than 90 seconds from anywhere on this station moving as fast as you could. Well, truth be told, sir, I was in the latrine when the lights went out. In the red hub, specifically. What took you 6 minutes to get to the control room? With respect, sir, I don't think you want the details. Have you ever been using the bathroom on Earth when the lights went out? Take that experience, but subtract gravity, add a bunch of vacuum tubes, and imagine yourself wearing a one-piece jumpsuit. I appreciate the awkwardness, truly, but at the outset of a crisis that threatened the lives of your crew and resulted in the death of your employer, it seems to me that 6 minutes of your time might have made all the difference. Sir, are you just ignoring that Jordan gave Hero, a guest, and one of our direct competitors full access to our power grid and the codes to do whatever he wanted with it? Or that while they were both snapping at each other, the green sector was literally catching fire? As I see it, I can't reasonably ask you about any of that because Hero had been gone for nearly 6 minutes before you even arrived on the scene. I was having stomach issues. It started after we arrived at the station. Dr. Bowman can confirm. Yes, I'm aware. You were prescribed a specialized diet and hadn't reported any issues for a week prior to all this, according to Dr. Bowman, at least. That all changed the morning of the incident. Quite a coincidence, don't you think? I hate to say it this way, sir, but astronauts are human too. No matter what training you have or how well prepared you are, sometimes you're just out of position when the hammer strikes. Is that all you can say? From what I've heard, nothing can stop Amelia Lopez. Breast cancer couldn't even stop you from getting back to space after the Air Force discharged you. But an upset stomach is all it takes to stop you from saving the woman who got you back up here? Is that a question, sir? Dr. Bowman speculated your troubles are stress-induced. She thinks the pressure of this mission is getting to you. I'm inclined to agree. What had you on edge that morning? Sir, as you pointed out, the entire crew is dependent on me being at my best, but the dietary plan said no caffeine. None, sir. I was at 4 cups of coffee a day when we launched, and now I'm cold turkey. I tried. I had 2 cups of herbal tea that morning, but it wasn't enough. I was feeling better, so I snuck, I drank some coffee. Thought it would help. I was wrong. Even still, I can't grasp your priorities here. What happened after you left the latrine? I rushed to the blue sector like Jordan asked. The colonel radioed in as I was passing through the blue hub. He hadn't made it back inside the station before the blackout. Didn't you know he was out there? I'd assume that needed your sign-off. That's right, sir, but the colonel has been on a spacewalk every day. I think he'd sleep out there if we let him. So you had a guest outside the station and still decided it was an appropriate time to test your constitution on a cup of coffee. Sir, this is a new frontier for the human race, and they sent me here with a skeleton crew and a bunch of untrained, undisciplined civilians. The colonel was the last person I was worried about. At least he knows what he's doing up there. If that's true, why didn't you worry about any of these undisciplined civilians? By my count, you never even thought about AJ or Sandra till just before the evacuation order. Does that seem right to you? Jordan told me life support was operational, and based on his initial reports, I thought he could just swap out a blown fuse and we'd be up and running again. I'm getting a little tired of you saying this was Jordan's fault, while taking no responsibility for your own inaction. Why didn't you at least take a roll call, get a visual, check the other modules for signs of failure? Hindsight is 20/20, sir. Could I have done things differently? Of course. Could I have saved Sandra Ivey? Possibly. But you weren't here, Saul. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Well, I'm here now, and I still don't understand what you were doing. Oh, you want to talk about what I was doing? You want to talk about what I was doing? How much training did you get before they shot you up here? Well, given the time constraints, I didn't get much past the essentials, but we aren't talking about me here. But you proved my point, sir. Zellick sent you to space without much past the essentials and just expects me to keep you alive in the most hostile environment known to man. I can't even sit on a toilet for 5 minutes without somebody nearly killing us all. Zellick only cares about media, optics, and shareholders. He doesn't care about any of us up here. Caring for us up here isn't his job, Amelia. It was yours. And you failed to perform it. I'll let you know if I have any other questions. Ooh, he was pretty rough on her. Okay, that was Amelia. And that was a very interesting interrogation. Let's hear from the colonel who she was talking about and who she trusts. He knows what he's doing. Let's take a good look at him. He's the guy doing some top secret stuff. He's going on spacewalks every day, and he didn't want to let anyone know about the top secret stuff he was carrying up there. Colonel Abrams, sir, if I understand correctly, you were not actually within the station for a majority of the incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. I was on a scheduled spacewalk at the time. Fortunately, I was able to follow my tether back to the airlock, where I remained until roughly 1230. Seems like you've been on a number of spacewalks since the voyage began, far more than any of the other guests, even the crew for that matter. Any reason for that? I didn't come all the way up here to sit inside, Mr. Hart. Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. And was there a purpose to this spacewalk? You said it was scheduled? I was performing a visual check of hull integrity, looking for rips in the thermal blanketing, signs of gas leaks, and so on. And did you have any reason to be concerned about any of that? You want to be proactive about everything you can up here because anything can become life-threatening. And did you see anything? You mentioned thermal coverings. Could that lead to a problem with the batteries overheating? Well, ask your engineer. That's not my area of expertise. My apologies for assuming. I was informed you have a career's worth of experience with the USSF and the Air Force space program. What is it you do with the Space Force? Well, that's classified. Your entire role with the United States Space Force is classified? Affirmative. Okay, then. I didn't know the USSF supported space exploration by the private sector. Can you tell me what brought you to be here on the Delta One? A shuttle. Let me rephrase. The USSF has been very vocal in its criticism of Astrofor's plans to make space open to the public. Is that a viewpoint you share personally? That's a complex issue. I respect the ambition. Ambition built this country after all, but I distrust the foresight of a company more worried about profit margins than geopolitical ramifications. Yet, here you are on the first station owned and operated by a private company. Tickets weren't cheap either. Care to elaborate on what made you decide to be part of this mission? No, I would not. Well, let's talk strictly about your time at the Astro4 facility and here on the Delta One. I hear there were disagreements about the personal cargo you wanted to bring aboard. More specifically, that you were resistant to provide an inventory when requested. What's so important you have to hide it? Well, I brought my cargo concerns to the authority I was directed to, and we came to an understanding. That's all there is to say. Is it? You really thought that a space shuttle would be more lax than the TSA? You know what I think? I think the United States Space Force sent you up here to do more than just go on spacewalks. An innocent space tourist wouldn't need to hide behind security clearances at every turn. You seem to be forgetting that I was very nearly the second victim of this mess. This entire situation reeks of corporate overreach, cutting corners wherever they can and sending a bunch of wet behind the ear civilians up here to play astronaut with untested technology. And yet, someone paid through the nose to get you here knowing all of that. Why? Regardless of the USSF's feelings, this is still a historical moment for humanity and the American people, one that I am sad to see go down in infamy. Is that so? Because based on what I know about the USSF's public statements, this tragedy is, well, it's exactly the political leverage they need to solidify their hold on regulating private space exploration. Some might consider that an acceptable loss. Do you disagree? Yes, I disagree that the USSF would ever want to see an American citizen die in pursuit of the American dream. If the Delta One had been under the USSF's oversight from the start, we'd have one fewer death on our hands right now. There was already a USSF colonel up here when Sandra died, and he was just another liability. You can't even provide a single clue that might help me with this investigation. Did you at least get a look into the lab or see anything at all that might help? I did not. And you're sure you know what you were looking at? Excuse me? You mentioned the Delta One was untested technology. I'm just asking if maybe it was outside of your training with the USSF. The Delta One is a state-of-the-art. After all, even some of the newest ISS modules are, 10, 15 years old? Astro 4 has made some impressive innovations. It's hardly more than an iteration on what's been built and paid for by taxpayer dollars. And now Astro 4 slaps their logo on it and calls it proprietary. Their goal is to expand humanity's horizon insofar as it expands their own pocketbooks. Oh, Zellick maybe, not Sandra. She deserved better than what she got from this trip. At least we can agree on that. I like these interviews. He's blaming everyone, but our investigator it's understandable that he's upset. He's lost a personal friend. All right, here's AJ. I can't expect AJ's going to get much blame because he had no responsibilities, but let's see how skeptical Solomon is of this guy with his bullshit necklace. AJ, I understand you only began working with Sandra recently, is that correct? Yes, in relative terms, that is so. Quite recently, I'd say, given that the two of us never crossed paths. For someone who has only known Sandra a few months, you seem to have made yourself indispensable. Important enough to secure a multi-million-dollar ticket to space. Any insight you could provide on that? Are you at all spiritual, investigator? I'd like to stay on topic, please. Of course, and you've answered my question well enough. It is my opinion that we live day to day in varying degrees of separation from where we are meant to be at any given time. However, when one does find that sacred alignment, it is breathtaking. Undeniable to all who witness it, and even more so to those who experience it. I'd prefer something a little more concrete, if you don't mind. What service did you provide to the CEO of Astro 4? I helped Sandra see the signposts leading down her sacred path. I apologize if that is not concrete enough, but I'm afraid that is the nature of my service. Most notably, perhaps I helped her to see Hiro Sasaki as an ally in waiting. Where she saw a boulder in her path, I helped her see a mountain that needed only to be climbed to new heights. And what heights they are, do you not agree? I noticed Sandra's address on your Astro 4 paperwork. You don't have your own residence back on Earth? I do. But Sandra invited me to live in her guest house. I assure you it was nothing scandalous. A guide cannot simply call down from the mountaintop. He must meet the wanderer wherever they are on their journey. I, of course, offered to let her come live with me and my students, but we both knew it was a pale offer to a person of her ambition. You mentioned other students. It seems to me you couldn't have much time for followers, or students, rather, given how exclusively you seem to have connected yourself to Sandra. When you keep an eye on your own path, it is easy enough to see who is walking in your direction and who is not. I found myself inexplicably drawn to Sandra and her particular journey. I, too, felt it to be uncanny, though I suppose it has all become clear now. How's that? I mentioned that feeling of being in harmony, of being where one is meant to be, yes? It is my belief now that it was because her tragic end was so close that both Sandra and myself felt that urgency. There were steps she needed to take down her path, and unknown to the both of us, she did not have long to get there. And where exactly were you during the blackout? I was in the observatory, meditating for most of the event. It was only when I found myself unable to focus that I knew something was amiss. My breathing felt suddenly shallow, no matter how much I focused on drawing out each breath. It was only after several minutes of struggling that I relented my practice to investigate. And what did you do then, after ditching your quest of self-discovery, I was alarmed to find the lights were not responding and felt my way to the red hub. I had only just begun to get my bearings when I heard Amelia calling for Hiro. And what did you do after talking to Amelia? Amelia had little time to talk to me before we all heard Jordan's call to evacuate the green sector. Amelia then pushed past me to rush in the direction of the green sector, leaving Hiro and I alone in the red hub. And what did you do after she left? Well, Hiro and I were left to wait mostly. Hiro was unsettled. His eyes darted about anxiously, and he looked like he wanted to go help Jordan in the blue sector, but ultimately he never committed to any course of action. Amelia returned minutes later and asked if we had seen Sandra. Yeah, and then what? Well, we checked the rest of the rooms in the habitation and recreation before Amelia called Jordan to ask if Sandra had been in the blue sector. By this point, Amelia had found Sandra's radio in her room, but we remained hopeful. But alas, this journey was destined to be her last. Was it? All this talk about being in the right place, in alignment, and yet none of you even thought to look for Sandra until after she was already stuck in a death trap? I understand your frustration, Mr. Saul. I feel the same loss that you do, but if this was the culmination of Sandra's sacred path, it was not up to me to stop it. Nor Amelia, nor was it up to you. It will take time, but I hope you eventually find comfort in that. She's the CEO of the multi-billion-dollar company that put this modern miracle in the sky, and yet she seems to be the last thing on anyone's mind. You are trying to find someone to blame. It is your stated purpose for being here, but I can assure you not finding someone at fault will not bring Sandra back. Finding someone at fault will not bring Sandra back, nor will it relieve your own guilt for not being here to save her. Only you can realize that. I would be happy to lead you in some healing breathwork. I think we're done here. Okay. So I think that guy, that fake guru, actually was onto something a little bit psychologically. He's saying, like, the reason you're so upset at all of us is because you've got your own guilt for not taking better care of her. Okay, here's the interrogation of Hiro Sasaki, who they don't know that he's been sabotaged, so they think his mistake may have led to all this. Mr. Sasaki, thank you for joining me. Do you prefer Sasaki-san? Hiro is fine, but thank you for asking. Hiro, thank you. You can call me Saul. Now, I'll cut to the chase. You were running the battery rotation, and everyone is saying likely caused the power outage. Is that correct? Yes, I was. And I am not surprised. That is what everyone is saying. Do you believe your actions might have contributed to the blackout? I believe that the battery rotation was automated for a reason, and Jordan insisting we override a complex and meticulously designed system in the name of a fractional percentage of efficiency endangered the entirety of the Delta One crew. I see. Sasaki Corp provided the batteries in question. Did you also write whatever program was being overridden? Yes. The staff of worldwide experts at Sasaki Corp did. We are one of the most prolific electronics distributors in the world, yet Jordan Ivey can't tolerate anything on the Delta One without his fingerprints all over it. That brings me to my next point, actually. Jordan ran this same rotation process for a week with no issues. You have a formidable resume and arguably should be the foremost expert on the system we're talking about. Forgive me, I will interrupt you there. I didn't install the batteries on this station, nor did I design the protocol used to override them. This is Astro 4's vessel, not mine. Not for lack of trying. You've been trying to take over Astro 4 ever since the world started taking them seriously. Sasaki Corp made many previous attempts to acquire Astro 4, and the plans to the Delta One, that much is true. But we've recently changed our approach to one of partnership. I believe the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Is that how you put it? That's right. You may not know me, but I was chief of security at Astro 4 while you were still trying to beat them. Now you're trying to play nice. What changed your mind? Sandra Ivey changed my mind. I see the picture you're painting here, Detective, a portrait of corporate sabotage from a business rival. Before we say something regrettable, I assure you I am first and foremost a businessman. Having my technology at the heart of this disaster isn't good PR for Sasaki. Bad press can be overcome, but Sandra's loss is a death blow to Astro 4. A wise businessman might be willing to break a few eggs to make a hostile takeover omelet. I held Sandra in the utmost respect, something you clearly don't have for me. If there was anything I could have done to prevent this from happening, I would have. Really, my reports indicate you abandoned the one place you might have been helpful as soon as the problem started and left your radio behind so you couldn't be reached. I'll admit, I reacted poorly when Jordan was pointing fingers. I told him numerous times we shouldn't be doing this override in the first place. So how did you end up doing it yourself? Okay, this is important. Jordan was constantly complaining about the need to babysit my batteries. It was very disrespectful to me as a guest, as an engineer, and as a partner to Astro 4. Eventually, he and I had it out vocally enough that Sandra and AJ suggested I should see for myself. And did you? Did you see what Jordan was talking about? I think we can all agree now that the risk far outweighed the reward. The station was running fine before Jordan got here, and you'll notice even with one battery out of commission, we haven't had any other problems since he stopped interfering and let the default algorithms from Sasaki do their work. There only seems to have been an issue with the override procedure while you were at the controls. Jordan's protocol seemed to work fine before that, and ground control signed off on the whole thing. Did he give you a walkthrough? He barely told me where to find the control panel, just pointed out a clipboard and left me on my own. I've also never been given an overview of the power infrastructure for the Delta One, despite asking numerous times. Did you think you could have done something wrong? Do you think you could have done something wrong? Respectfully, is that a real question? Yes, I agree with the ground control's assessment that something went wrong during the rotation process that resulted in an overcharged battery, but I followed those directions to the letter. I believe the fault is with Jordan for trying to fix what wasn't broken with some half-baked procedure. So you agree that you may have caused the blackout, and then you immediately left the scene without your radio. I left the scene without my radio, and I was at the battery controls when the blackout happened, but I do not... You have the most electrical systems knowledge of anyone on this vessel, and you left the one area that might have been useful. You can see why that's suspicious, right? The gravity of the situation was not apparent to anyone at first. It was dark and I was upset. I must have set the radio down, or perhaps it became detached by accident. I'm sorry to hear that you were upset. I still find it hard to believe a man of your intellect storms off, leaving everyone on the station in the dark. I've been condescended to enough by the Astro 4 staff without you adding to the list. Is that part of your formal training? You can leave us a bad review on TripAdvisor when you get back to Earth if you want. So where did you go when you left the control room? To my room in habituation, or habitation as you know it. It seemed as good a place as any to sit in the dark. I wasn't there long before Amelia arrived. Did you see Sandra at all, or AJ? AJ was there when I came back into the Red Hub to meet Amelia, but the last time I saw Sandra was maybe 30 minutes before I left to meet Jordan in the control room. She apologized for Jordan's attitude and thanked me for agreeing to humor him. Okay. She was protecting my ego. I knew that, but she was a gracious partner, and I'm sad to have lost her so soon after making amends. Okay, I'll be in touch with any other questions. Send the colonel in if you don't mind. Okay, we already read the colonel's interrogation. And now we've got Jordan. There's Jordan. Now, I just noticed something very important. I just noticed. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, like, we saw in the room floating a pair of glasses, and it occurred to me that they could have been Jordan's glasses, but now I see she does wear glasses. And those do look like her glasses. I thought I had caught someone else's glasses in there because she wasn't wearing glasses. She wasn't wearing glasses in. Oh, yes, she was wearing glasses. Okay, she's always wearing glasses. They're black glasses. And here they are again. So I thought that was going to be a sign of something. All right. Anyway, here's Jordan. All right, let's read this very carefully. Now, Solomon is going to go easy on him because he's the brother and he must know Solomon personally. It's good seeing you again, Jordan. I wish it was under different circumstances, but you're here to ask me questions about the accident, right? Right. On to business then. You're the lead engineer up here. Why don't we start with what went wrong? Best I can tell, rather than rotating the batteries, Hero set the standard battery in the green sector to emergency charge. Standby batteries are always topped off, so it overloaded in minutes. We got a huge power surge after it blew, and that's what knocked out the grid. That lines up with Raj's assessment. I understand you came up with this battery process after arriving on the Delta One. Is that right? Yeah, I noticed the batteries in each sector weren't rotating efficiently. Each sector has 3 batteries, one active, one charging, and a full one on standby. Sasaki Corp designed them to automatically rotate after the active one drains, or the charging ones get full, etc. But it was letting the active battery get as low as 5% with 2 full batteries sitting idle, which is ridiculous. And so you decided to override it manually. Is that a standard solution? It was only supposed to be for this trip. This is my first time kicking the tires on the Delta One in her natural habitat. She behaves a little differently up here than the test model we have in Houston. My plan was to observe and take notes so I could reprogram the algorithm when I got back. So this was a correction to the Sasaki Corp algorithm. Is that why you had Hero running this process? Not exactly. He gave me an earful every time my battery adjustments come up until eventually Sandra stepped in. She proposed that we let Hero run the manual rotation once as a professional and partner to weigh in on the changes needed to the automation. We can all see how well that went. Did Sandra mean for him to do it on his own with no instruction or supervision from you? I already wrote out the instructions plain as day. I even highlighted the part about not setting the batteries to emergency charge. That wasn't enough to get Hero to pay attention. What could I have said to him? So you didn't show him anything, just set him loose on the station's main power source. You say that as if I left a toddler with a hand grenade in a china shop. Hero designed those batteries. He's not a layperson. And I wrote a step-by-step guide, same guide I followed myself for a week with no issue. Everyone at ground control also read it and signed off. We designed every bit of the electrical infrastructure on the Delta One, everything except those batteries. Hero was a guest on the station, not its technician. And beyond that, he used to be Astro 4's biggest rival. What were you thinking, letting him loose in there if it was this easy to cause problems? I was thinking that I have enough to do around here. trying to keep us in orbit, keep the water clean, and, I don't know, make sure we have air to breathe. Air to breathe, huh? This station and the lives of its crew were your responsibility, Jordan. Seems to me like you put that at risk. For what? Pride? Pettiness? Those batteries arrived with Sasaki's logo on the box, but they became yours the second they were installed on the Delta One. This is your station, Jordan. Oh, it's my station when it starts falling apart. And it's Sandra's face all on the promo posters, but it's going to be my mugshot on the front page of the newspaper when it all blows up. Is that it? Unfortunately, I think it's going to be your sister's face on the front page for this one too, Jordan. But not in a way anyone wanted. I know you and she had your differences, but you can cut it there, Saul. I don't care how close you think you were. She was my sister. I don't need this from you. I don't need this from anyone right now. How many times do I have to say that this isn't about you? You've had this chip on your shoulder ever since you and Sandra went into business together. Is that what we're calling it? We went in business together? It took me decades of blood, sweat, and tears to make this possible, and the dream bankrupted me more than once. And yet, when people hear the name Astro 4, all they think of is my little sister. Well, Sandra named the company 4 after both of you. It was supposed to be the culmination of your engineering genius and her business savvy. She was inspired by how hard you worked to make your dreams happen and didn't hesitate when she saw a chance to help. Sandra told me so many times that the two of you were unstoppable together. I know how she felt. But do you know how hard it is to grind yourself to the bone and still end up with empty pockets while your sister's on the cover of Forbes? You're glossing over the part where your last startup folded so hard you had to move back in with your mother. Doubt she told you, but I helped her box up all your old transformers and peel the glow-in-the-dark stars off the ceiling so you didn't have to feel like a child running back home. It was a setback, Saul. And I bought that house as soon as I got back on my feet. I needed a place to live in Houston, and Mom got to retire in Florida like she and Dad always wanted. Don't try to point it like a charity case. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Well, I guess you'll have to get up again by yourself now. Hope it's all you expected. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Whew, that's rough. So Astro 4 is Astro IV for Ivy. Astro IV. Yes, clever. Boy, that was a good conversation. Well, look, this is a little reminder that when we play these games, we like to talk about them when we finish. And I do hope you'll keep a pen and paper nearby. Make notes of your favorite parts, least favorite parts, any game design notes. Now, I am internally noting how well written these interrogations are. They are really making us feel like we know these characters. It's really well done, really well written. All right, we have now gone through all the evidence. The only thing we really haven't studied is some of these photos. All right, so it looks like Saul must have taken this photo as he was being sent up, right? August 12th. That's when he was preparing to go up aboard the shuttle. So this is the shuttle he took to get to the Delta One. I think that's just for flavor. And then this is Sandra floating in the room, the lab. And we may want to study this more. We don't know what she was doing in the lab. We don't know why she was there. We do see her glasses, what look like her glasses floating, and what look like a lab. So was she working on something? Did she have some suspicions about a problem? We don't know why she was here. Maybe not for any reason. Maybe just doing her job. Nothing jumps out, though. But then we've got the battery bay. So you can see that it's battery bay G2 that has caught on fire. We think we know how it happened. It was already full, but it was put on an emergency charge. But now, what are these other photos of? So here's a photo at 3:55 a.m. Why has he taken this photo, and what is it about? 8:13 and 3:55 a.m. What's happening at 3:55 a.m.? Do we know who is taking this and why? What is it a photo of? It looks like it's from inside taking a photo of the outside, right? So can we identify where this is based on this? Like, look, it's someone in a porthole taking a picture of one of the areas. But where? I think it's taking a shot. Is it from a porthole or is it from space? Is it from a spacewalk? Were we told what this is? There is a reflection, is there? Do you mean a reflection on the camera or a reflection in this shot? Like, is it this thing here? Is this? I don't see anything else sticking out like that. Question is, what is this of? And why is it in our list? 3:55 a.m. on the 13th. We don't have any entries here. Presumably these were all taken by Solomon. So is it him taking a look at this? Is he trying to see like what would you have seen from here into here? That's weird. And I can't really make out what this is supposed to be over here. It's just wires. This is a weird one. Maybe we're going to be told what this is. So if it is a look at the space lab, but it's not a picture of this, well, maybe it's a picture of, sorry. I don't know what it's a picture of. It's a picture of this side, picture of this side. You think it's damage? I don't know. I don't really see how to tell if it's damage. But let's look at this one that we haven't looked at before. So this, I think this is meant to be showing us from the control room what they see. So this is the control panel that Hiro Sasaki would have entered the codes into. And it's taken at 10:28 a.m. So after this guy, oh, I see. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this. So he arrives, he inspects the green sector battery bay, which is this, takes a photo of it. He sees G2 exploded. Then he inspected the control room, which is what we're seeing here. What can we notice here? What do we notice? You see how the batteries are. G2 was the battery that got overloaded. So it's been burned out. So there's no more stats on it. But you can see charge and active here. So this would have been the standby battery, which means it would have been full. And so I guess when the guy tried to charge it, it blew up. I'm not sure what other information there is to be had here. And I don't see any other information hidden anywhere. So if there's any significance to this, I don't really see it. Maybe from looking at the batteries 1 and 2, you could see that this was at 96%, 52%. This was active, inactive. Maybe if we spent more time on this, we could see that that this battery was at full power. Yeah, look, 100%, 100%, 100%. This battery was at 100% when he put it into emergency charge. I think that's just confirmation that that's exactly how the thing blew up. But I don't see any other information relevant for us. Corsican says, the only odd thing I can see is this battery is at low power, the red. That's an interesting idea. I don't see anything significant from our standpoint about it, though. Okay, so we have now finished all the interrogations and we have looked at all the evidence. We have a couple of things we want to eventually double check. What did Jordan say he was busy with? How did Hiro actually lose his radio, whether it was found in the cabinet or not? But I think we'll double check those things at the end. The real thing that we need to do now is open up the envelope. But let's just read this one last comment. Jamie says, the outside photo was taken from the shuttle. Saul was still on it until 4 a.m. So that's interesting. You're saying this is just a view he's taken of the shuttle as it's docking. Well, it would make sense because there's the airlock right here. So if he was docked here, he would have a view of this, which is what he took a photo of, I guess. Maybe just showing you couldn't have seen anything from the airlock. I don't see. Oh, maybe this is what this guy, the colonel, was doing. Like maybe we can see him installing some stuff. Is it going to turn out that the colonel was out here installing some stuff that he shouldn't be? Is he going to have been caught installing some devices, some military weapons? On the outside of this? Maybe that'll come into play later or here, but I can't see enough. but I wonder if this isn't going to be evidence of some military weapons. All right, but now it's time for us to open an envelope. However, we're 52 minutes in, so I think, why don't we take a break first, then we'll open up this envelope first thing when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Use this time to get up, stretch, look out your window at the stars. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back ready to open up our first envelope, having been through everything else. There are still a couple things we want to recheck, but I think we're ready to move along. In the chat, there's some discussion about why didn't the other batteries overcharge if the same procedure was done to them? It's a good question. Doesn't strike me as likely to be important to us, but let's put it down here. In other words, if he did the same thing to every battery, why didn't they all trigger? We don't know. I wanted to do one other thing, though. I wanted to recommend, since we're sort of wrapping up here our little science fiction marathon, I wanted to recommend a series, a science fiction series, that if you haven't seen, or if you haven't seen all of, you owe it to yourself to check out, and that is Black Mirror on Netflix. I just rewatched a couple of episodes. I rewatched the USS Callister episode, which is phenomenal. And then I just rewatched Joan is Awful, which is from the last season, season 6. They're finished making them, it seems, which is also really good. So if you haven't watched all of Black Mirror, they're not all of the episodes are as good. There's 6 seasons worth, but There are some great episodes from Black Mirror, and I recommend you check out USS Callister and Joan is Awful. All right, we are going to open up. Let's see, can I do this without tearing it? It doesn't look like it. I think I'd rather just cut it. All right, so we get to open envelope A because we've discovered, if you'll remember, for those of you who are late joining us, because we actually discovered it quite early on, we discovered that the properly approved reset process, which is this one, does not match the reset process that Hero was given on his checklist. And we can see that the top and bottom ones were flipped. Active and emergency charge were flipped, which would cause this whole thing to self-destruct, which is why we think it's Jordan that sabotaged it, unless it was someone else. But Jordan seems to say that he wrote this whole thing up. So anyway, we went in, we identified that someone swapped the battery rotation instructions, and it's not necessarily Jordan, but we'll see. So now we've got new items that we've opened up, and here we are. Let's see what they are. Muscle atrophy, a note from Solomon, a newspaper clipping, some classified operation information, and objective 2. Prove the fire suppression system did not kill Sandra. Okay, so this was an idea that we considered early on, that she wasn't actually killed by the lack of oxygen, that maybe she was killed and dropped in there somehow. That's interesting. That's a twist. That is interesting. Did she get killed by someone and then they've staged this to make it look like she died from lack of oxygen due to the suppression? Did she actually get strangled or loss of oxygen in some other form? Very interesting. All right, so we're given no guidance for this, just the new evidence. So let's read it. Ivey Institute opens first lab in Houston. Surviving members of the Delta One tragedy dedicate new lab building to Sandra Ivey. The Ivey Institute of Aerospace Engineering opened its doors to a new cohort of starry-eyed Rice University students yesterday. The institute was funded by a trust left by Sandra Ivey, a Rice alumnus well known for founding Astro IV, launching the first successful private space station, and for her tragic death during the Delta One's maiden voyage. So here's another different thing, and I think Unsolved Case Files did this too. This envelope is in the future, so time has passed. In memoriam of Sandra Ivey's achievements and sacrifice, the surviving crew reassembled to dedicate the building in her name. So there's Amelia. There's the brother Jordan. This looks like our colonel. I think this might be one of them is the CEO. One of them is the doctor. Maybe this one, Heidi. Okay, let's see. In memoriam, the surviving crew reassembled. Jordan Ivey, Sandra's elder brother and current CTO. He got made the chief technical officer, shared a few heartfelt stories about life growing up with Sandra and what it was like going into business with his little sister. Standing next to him was the new Sandra Ivey CEO, Hiro Sasaki. He became CEO. To anyone in the tech world, Sasaki is a household name, and many may remember him as a rival to Sandra Ivey. However, as Sasaki explained in his dedication speech, rivalry is born from deep respect for what the other might accomplish, as he vowed to carry on Sandra's vision. Major Emilio Lopez, the ship commander for Delta One, was also in attendance alongside Colonel Kurt Abrams. Major Lopez, who left the Air Force to join Sandra Ivey, has since re-enlisted in the USSF and is currently serving as a liaison promoting cooperation between the USSF, NASA, and private space ventures like Sandra Ivey. A.J. Singh, not pictured, was unable to attend. After the Delta One tragedy, Singh opened a remote yoga retreat in northern Oregon to conduct with a strict digital detox policy banning all connected devices. According to the event coordinator, Mr. Singh never replied to the invite. Wow, that's weird. Let's see, what's on the back here? My hope is we never hear another story like that ever again, said General Leavitt when discussing his personal motivations for constructing the Commercial Space Security Amendments Act being passed in front of the House of Representatives next week. The bill would secure the right of the United States Space Force to appoint and train special officers, colloquially deemed space marshals, to be present on all commercial space stations 24/7. To provide security and to serve as the acting legal authority aboard the stations. The general's urgency for this legislation to be passed is clear as Sandra Ivey presses forward with plans to launch additional Delta Series space stations. So is it possible that Jordan gave him the right instructions on the clipboard, but that the colonel or someone swapped it? And then look, they made a movie about it called 28 Minutes with Harrison Ford. And what's her name? And this guy's famous too. Harrison Ford is in the movie. A full-blown space epic. They made a movie about it called 28 Minutes. That's so good. That's crazy. Can they do this? I think this company is playing a little fast and loose. I don't think that they might not like that. I like it though. I like it. You're a small company making these games. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's see what else we got. Here's a letter from Solomon. Let's read this. Thank you, investigator. You've cracked this case wide open. Your discovery raises several new questions. Why was there a fake version of the battery instructions in the control room? Who made it? Who put it there? Why? At least some of the mystery is unraveling. It never made sense Sandra would have stayed in the lab for 15 minutes after the lights went out. The Sandra I know would have gotten to Jordan before anyone else and helped him fix the problem. I'm convinced Sandra was already dead when the blackout happened. Why would someone risk their own life sabotaging the station unless they desperately needed to create a distraction? There's no evidence Sandra was bound or locked in the lab, so it's the only explanation that makes sense. I just can't prove it. I contacted the UCSF. Now that we have proof of foul play, they're under a lot of scrutiny right now and can't afford a public connection to Sandra's death. So I leveraged that to get more info on Colonel Abrams' personal cargo. It should come as no surprise that Kurt was up to something. The USSF swears it had nothing to do with the accident, but I don't know. They claim Kurt was sent to test an experimental drug in zero gravity and to scope out the Delta One's technology. I can't see a connection, but I'm sending you everything they sent me. I know in my gut Sandra was already dead when that fire suppression system turned on. Will you help me prove the fire suppression system wasn't the real culprit like everyone says? Please don't give up on us. Solomon Hart. P.S. I've included a clipping I think you'll find interesting. The members of the original Delta One mission met up recently to dedicate a new building for the Ivy Institute at Sandra's alma mater. They've all been quite busy since the accident. All right, here's what the colonel seems to have been up to. Confidential, Operation Mighty Mouse, classified, United States Space Force. Mission summary. Oversee a top secret scientific experiment on behalf of the USSF microgravity environment of the Delta One space station. Background details. The USSF has developed a new supplement for astronauts. B90X is designed to prevent the loss of muscle and bone mass in zero gravity. B90X is still highly experimental, but we believe it could enable our plans for a permanent USSF military force in outer space within this decade. Necessary materials. The experiment will occur inside a battery-powered habitat for 2 rodent subjects. That would be in the lab. The habitat has an automatic feeder, regulated water supply, and automatic light and temperature controls. The unit is odor controlled to prevent suspicion and must be kept uncovered to allow fresh air intake and exhaust. It's battery powered. It needs to be kept uncovered for fresh air intake and exhaust. The unit cannot be stored in unpressurized cargo area while traveling, as it is not pressurized and does not have its own self-contained air supply. Your primary objective is to keep the apparatus safe and undetected while maintaining the requirements for the habitat to function. The internal enclosure is locked. You will not be provided the keys to access the rodents. In the event that a rodent dies or suffers other adverse effects, you have no responsibility nor the capability to intervene. The unit itself will automatically record all data needed for the experiment. We've made everything as hands-off as possible to ensure the secrecy of the project and accuracy of the results. Under no circumstances should any member of the Sandra Ivey be made aware of this mission. Refer all civilians unfamiliar with the definition of confidential to General Levitt. He will ensure they're made aware of their clearance level. Secondary objective. Collect as much data as possible about the Delta One itself during your stay. Sandra Ivey has kept the inner workings of the station a closely guarded secret, despite building off the work of government agencies like ours. You may not be alone in this endeavor. Our intelligence team has found similar information for sale on the dark web, indicating a high-level infiltration within Sandra Ivey. There are several international corporations and nation-states who would pay billions for the plans to the Delta One. In the event of a critical breach in security resulting from this mission, the USSF will categorically deny any knowledge of the development of B90X or your involvement in its experimentation. And then here is a little report. Let's see what we've got. So it's on an article. Effectiveness of B90X at reducing muscle atrophy in rodents in a zero-gravity environment. Loss of muscle atrophy and bone osteopenia represents one of the largest obstacles to prolonged human occupancy of microgravity environments. Previous reports conclude muscle loss as high as 15% can be experienced by humans in less than 2 weeks of sustained microgravity. In this study commissioned by the United States Space Force, we tested the efficacy of B90X, a muscle stimulant, at halting musculoskeletal degradation. Animal experiments carried out in accordance with protocols agreed to by the United States Space Force. 2 standard strain Wistar rats were chosen as subjects. Enclosed in a fully automated habitat, provided regulated access to food, light, and water. Given no access to B90X, subject 2 were given separate food supply, blended 10% by volume. Sterile and homogenized food pellets were dispensed to each case separately via automatic feeder. Timed and recorded. Water was made freely available. Supplementation in subject 2 stopped the expected muscle loss, showed radical potential as a muscle growth stimulant. Okay, so the control lost muscle mass, and the subject taking B90X not only didn't lose, but actually gained. Data indicates a sharp increase in caloric intake directly related to subject 2's dosage. Okay, so they wanted more food as they were increasing their muscle mass due to higher caloric demand. Autopsy reveals subject 1 lost over 11%. Autopsy of subject 2, 9% increase in mass, 7% as new muscle tissue. Also revealed severe gastrointestinal ulceration that would have likely proven fatal within days of the trial's conclusion. Is this what's causing Amelia's gastrointestinal stuff? Has she discovered this and she's taking the drug? And did Sandra find out so Amelia has to kill her? How would she have swapped out the battery instructions, though? Okay. After arriving back on Earth, the subjects were both weighed and measured before being euthanized. The increase in muscle mass also presented notable visible changes in physique. Based on the data gathered, we conclude a positive result in B90X's potential as a muscle growth stimulator. The observed strain on gastrointestinal tract may be mitigated by lower dosage or administration of B90X as an injection. Far too aggressive to consider for human testing. But, yeah, okay. So, I mean, Amelia... Did Amelia gain access to this? And was she taking it? And was that responsible for her? Was that responsible for her gastrointestinal problem? £124. She was already pretty strong. The only thing I want to see is when the doctor sent us a follow-up about her gastrointestinal, did they tell us when it started with her? Best of the best, chip on her shoulder, always been a bit high strung. Something about this mission has really uptight. She's even reporting physical symptoms that I think are stress induced. Yeah, can we compare her photo before and after? I was thinking that as well, but I'm not sure or whether she would be off it by then. There's Amelia. Does she look different? I'm not sure. Not enough to know. Not enough at this point to really know. However, boy, that does not feel like we've got enough information to answer objective 2, but that's a good sign, right? That's a good sign that this game has gotten a little hard for us. Because on first glance, I do not know the answer to this. I mean, so let's keep the evidence we just read separate, right? Okay, so now let's take a moment for a second to appreciate the fact that we don't know the answer to this. Solomon says she must have been dead beforehand, he thinks, and someone did this fire to cover it up. But we don't have proof of that. He says she would have left if she had when she heard the alarm. But we do not know the answer to the proof. Okay, so now we're going to have to try to discover it. Maybe through the incident reports we can find some proof. Maybe from the interrogations. Okay, let's take a look at the interrogation of her. Now we're suspicious of her. Okay. She says, took you 20 minutes. I mean, she runs off to check on her. Seems very believable to me. She says she was in the bathroom. I got to the boost station as fast as I can to assist Jordan. Took you 5 minutes. She was in the latrine. She was having stomach issues. Bowman can confirm. We should reread Bowman's statement about that, but he says Bowman speculated stress-induced pressure of the mission. She says the entire cruise depended on me being at my best. The dietary said no coffee. That's what I was freaked out. I had the coffee. It upset me. Rushed to the boost sector. I wonder if we couldn't show by the timeline that it took her much longer than it should have to check the green sector. Might we be able to show that? Let me just see this. She's in the middle of something, says Amelia. But how could anyone... I don't see how anyone could have schemed this, but okay. I don't see how anyone makes the fake clipboard. That would have had to been long planned. Amelia to Hero. He left his radio in here when he stormed out of the control room. Evacuate Green. And Amelia asks, as soon as this comes over, is anyone in Green? Report. I'm heading towards Green for a final sweep. Jordan says, don't do that. We've got under a minute before the hatch seals. And then she does make it, but she can't get there in time. I like this thinking that maybe we could just figure out that she, from a photo, that she died not from asphyxiation. Could we say that just based on that photo that she obviously wasn't panicking? Like she wasn't even trying to get out of there? I wonder if we could do it, if we could just say that. Let me find everything again. I wonder if we could simply say that based on how she's floating in that 0G space, that we might be able to conclude that she obviously wasn't dying of smoke inhalation. Well, I guess it's not smoke inhalation. But like, could we say, just looking at this, that she didn't die prove that the fire suppression system, which sucked all the oxygen out of the room... Is she wearing socks? Is that it? Does she not have her shoes on? Is that it? That she obviously didn't walk there because she doesn't have her shoes on? Can you zoom in on the whiteboard? Sure. There's the whiteboard. Someone's playing hangman. And on the left, it looks like air something. I really wonder if it's not that she's wearing socks. I really think that might be it. You want the shelves on the left-hand side. What, are you trying to find those rats hiding somewhere? I don't know how that helps us. We have to find why. We have to prove that she was not killed by the oxygen being removed from this room. That's what we have to figure out. How do we prove she was not killed by the oxygen being removed from the room? There's another little piece I don't quite get, which is when Amelia says, she just got there and the door is sealing, shouldn't she be able to look in and see that she just missed the opportunity to get in there? And so Sandra should be in there, visible? She says, I'm at the hatch to the green hub now. I'm at the hatch to the green hub. It started hissing before I could reach it. I'm only seeing smoke inside. Okay, so she's saying that there was smoke inside the green hub, so she couldn't see in. So maybe she's just saying, like, if the smoke wasn't there, the smoke's coming from the battery. It's blocking me from seeing into the lab. Is there another way we could see? We're told that she should know. We're told that she should know there was oxygen in there, right? We're told that she should have known she could use oxygen in the health center. But she didn't. So that was another reason why they thought she was going to be okay, because she would know, right? Remember there was some interview with someone and she says, I forget where, but she absolutely says that, like, Sandra would have known there was oxygen available in the green hub. I believe that was Amelia saying that, although maybe it was Jordan. But does that prove anything? Other pieces we haven't studied is, let's read these. Okay, look. Remember there was a question about what was Jordan doing when he was busy, that he couldn't do the batteries. Here he says, I was working through an air filtration issue from the control room. An air filtration issue. Took her forever to get down the hallway. A minute or two after she left, I noticed the air quality monitor was in red. We had smoke in the green hub, fire suppression already triggered. Gave the evacuation order as soon as I realized. Power's back on in 10 minutes. A few minutes more. I think it's that she's wearing socks and she was taken from her bedroom. That's the only thing I can think of. Let's look at Amelia's statement again, though. Okay, let's see. Is the woman at the health center in the poster also wearing white socks? You're saying here, is this where they wear white socks? I don't know that that really helps us much. Is this woman at the health center? I remember that was Amelia said the green transcript about the oxygen canisters. I would like to see that part again. Yes, okay, good. This is the part where she says that Sandra should have had access. She says, Sandra often meditates in the greenhouse. I doubt the fire could have traveled. Jordan says, it's not the fire. The AFS is going to be taken from every room where it detects smoke. There are oxygen canisters in the health center. Sandra's smart. We just need to focus. So the question is, was Sandra not in the lab, but taking a nap or something? Was she meditating in the greenhouse or sleeping in the health center? And so she wouldn't have gotten loss of oxygen in the lab, or she would have had the health canisters in the health center. Hardly seems like proof, but it sounds like we're back to the white shoes unless you think they all wear white socks as they're walking around, which is what Anna seems to be saying here. Air infiltration system issue could potentially asphyxiate someone, right? Talk about air filtration for the rats enclosure. Yeah, they say that the rats have their own air filtration system. Um, so I wonder if we could imagine some scenario where the rats are being hidden somewhere. They all have white socks everywhere in this green area, unfortunately. Is it possible? Well, I guess we're having a little bit of trouble here because we're trying to come up with theories of how she could have died. And I can see we could come up with a bunch of theories like the rats were hidden in this container that infiltrated the air. But that's not really the question that we're faced with now. We're faced with a much more specific question, which is simply how do we prove that she didn't asphyxiate from loss of oxygen? And here, even when they're playing this, they've got their white socks. So they seem to be wearing white socks everywhere. So maybe that is not as big a clue as I think. Here they are in the habitat, white socks. They each have their own sleeping room. And even when they're here in the cafeteria, it looks like they're wearing white socks. So I guess that white sock is a total red herring because they seem to wear white socks everywhere. So let's try not to get too far distracted and focus on the point of the question, which is very specific. How do we prove that she didn't die from the fire suppression system, which removed the oxygen? Is it that there's no smoke in here and it should have only removed? Is that as simple as it is? That there's obviously no smoke in this room, and so it wouldn't have removed oxygen from this room? Is that what the answer is? He does say that, look, she says, I found her radio in her room. How soon can we get into the green sector? She says the green hub still has to reoxygenate. AJ says, is the entire green sector deprived of oxygen? Can you see? And Jordan says, I can't see anything. But Jordan says, it's not the fire. So AJ says, hey, the fire wouldn't have traveled into the greenhouse. Jordan says it's not the fire, it's the smoke. It removes oxygen from every room where it detects smoke. And then Amelia says, hey, there's oxygen canisters in the health center. So is it the fact that if there was smoke, it would be on her white socks? And there's no sign of smoke in this room or on the socks? So that means this room would not have been deprived of oxygen. I don't think, did the rat die? Maybe they're still alive. First of all, we don't know. But second of all, the rats have their own supply of air. So I don't think that would have helped us. But maybe the lack of socks. Let's scan this and see what it gives us as options. So unfortunately, or fortunately, because of a good system, it says, what two items best prove Sandra wasn't killed by the fire suppression system? So I guess if we were going to answer this based on our theory, what we would answer is that it's the photo and the comms. The dead body in the science and the comms report would be our answer if that's our theory. Okay, Channel has a different theory, which sounds pretty good, actually. Okay, so what is the Channel's theory? It's about the rats being alive. So your theory is that the rats were brought up and hidden somewhere. But we don't know where, right? Can't be stored in unpressurized cargo. It doesn't have its own air supply. Okay, good. It needs air, you're right. And it looks like it would have been kept in the lab, right? I forget exactly why, but while we were reading it, we did say that it would have been kept on the lab. But the part that the Channel has picked up on that I didn't is that these are the rats that came home. This isn't a test beforehand, it's a test afterward. Is that right? That's the key. In this study, commissioned by the Space Force, we tested the efficacy during a 14-day cycle in a true microgravity environment. Okay, so I think that's it. Somewhere we concluded that they need to have access to food, light, and water. They got back fine. Okay, so it sounds like has feeder, water supply, light, and temperature. It's odor controlled, must be kept uncovered. Okay, so I think maybe we should be able to see the rats in this photo somewhere, but I think maybe it's right there. I think is it possible that it's there? In here somewhere is the rats. We have a photo of the... Okay, it's not really relevant. Here was our theory then. Our theory is that this room probably wasn't removed of oxygen. And we could prove that a couple different ways. One theory was that there's no smoke in here because there's no smoke on her. But I think that's what I was going to argue. But it sounds like that the chat has come up with the better proof that the oxygen wasn't removed from this room, which is that this study of the rats is done on the rats that were on that mission. And those rats survived. And those rats needed air. And so if they were, in fact, in the science lab, which seems like where they were, then that means a further proof that they weren't, that this room wasn't removed from oxygen. Did they talk about the colonel's cargo and where they put it? I don't remember that. Does anyone remember that? I think we're just assuming the rats are in the lab. I thought I remembered something that suggested it to us. Cannot be stored in unpressurized cargo. Does not have its own air supply. He was having filtration problems, but he didn't say where. This is the only photo that's current, so I would think we might, and it has to be left uncovered, so I would think we might be able to see those rats in here somewhere. I just don't see them. It's a little surprising to me. Or maybe it's not critical. All right, let's assume that we believe the rats are in here and didn't die. And that's proof. What would that mean our answers would be here? Not the communications thing, but rather the article. We don't even have that article here. That's a problem. Why do we not have the article here? Oh, that's a real shame. That's confusing. We have the Mighty Mouse instructions, but that doesn't say that the mice survived. Shouldn't we be looking for... Oh, now no, I'm a little thrown. because we don't seem to have as an option the information about the rats surviving. Yeah, but you're not listening to me. The point is, we don't have that document to choose. We don't have the paper about the rats to choose as our evidence. No, it's not. What's the inventory evidence collected form? Oh, no, that's just the initial thing. Hmm. Boy, that's confusing. Let me read this statement from Solomon again. He says, why is there a fake version of the battery instructions? Who made it? Who put it there? Why? It never made sense Sandra would stay in the lab for 15 minutes. She would have gotten out. So I'm convinced she's already dead. There's no evidence she was bound or locked. She was already dead when the fire suppression system turned on. How do we prove that she was already dead? How do we prove? Okay, so that's a different way of thinking about it. Instead of proving that that room didn't lose oxygen, can we somehow prove she was already dead before it turned on? I mean, we could say that it's the photo of her in the lab and the comms that said she knew there were oxygen in the health center, so she would have gone there. But that hardly seems like proof. I mean, could we just say that it's the comms telling us that she knew about the oxygen canisters in the health center and the fact that she was instead found in the research lab? That seems very thin proof. Wait after death, there absolutely is nothing of this, nothing of the sort. However, we do have the dietary symptoms. Is there something we're missing? Let's look at this again. They completed an autopsy, confirmed the cause of death as suffocation. They did an autopsy. She did die of suffocation. Disrupted power systems. So was she somewhere where she died because she was getting oxygen? Like, was she in the health center? It lost power and she died a lack of air inside that when it lost power? That seems crazy though. What then? How could she be found floating around afterwards then? Because they locked the door, no one's got into her, and she's seen floating around, so that couldn't be it. Ah, that's weird. What about the incident reports? Green sector. Boundaries. Power distribution. It's hard to escape the feeling that that photo of her floating isn't the secret, isn't the answer. Just don't know why we can't spot anything in it. There's her desk. We haven't found any clue about that either. Solomon says, I think she was already dead when the blackout happened. So he doesn't think she died from being asphyxiated, from anything. He thinks she was already dead. What was the part about the rat being too aggressive? Increase in muscle mass. All right, let me look in with the chat. Is there anything left to wait after death? No. Is there smoke in her lungs? We don't know, but it seems like she died of suffocation. Where did she suffocate if not in the lab? That's a great question. How did her body get to the lab if she didn't die there? Another great question. The air wouldn't have been removed if there was no smoke. There could have been smoke in her lungs if the lab had smoke. Yes, that too. Guess the part is someone tried to cover up her death as an accident. I think that's right. Here's an idea. The brother mentioned something being off with the air filters, right? Yes. Are we supposed to deduce that the air mixture was off before the blackout and that improper air mixture caused death? I don't see how. But he absolutely does say he was working on an air filtration issue. He absolutely says he was working on an air filtration issue. I don't remember which one, but it was a very brief statement about working on an air filtration issue. I don't see how we use that to prove anything. The photo of the lab shows a chart of air composition on the whiteboard. Just be on the safe side, could you check the page in desktop mode to make sure all items are displaying correctly? You mean this page? I don't see how. All right, let's see. Yeah, they all seem to be displaying. It's a very weird decision not to show that. Is it possible? Okay, so it's possible, I suppose, that the Operation Mighty Mount instructions could conceivably be thinking about these 2 pages as one. So it's possible that when it says these Mighty Mouse instructions, that these are together. So if we think of it that way, then maybe clicking on this one is like clicking on both of them as a combination. So then what would we combine with this? Okay, guys, focus. All we're asked to do here is prove that the fire suppression didn't kill her. Not to come up with highfalutin theories. So if we're going to try to use these rats being alive, then the thing we have to combine with this is what? Some proof that the rats were in the lab, right? But this doesn't seem to make sense. The reason it doesn't make sense is because numerous things we've read seem to suggest that possibly the air was removed from all of this stuff. And it's the key is that she was killed before this all happened. That suggests that the air really was removed from here. That's very confusing. That's very confusing. Part of the people are saying that air only removes with smoke, but then maybe there was just a little bit of smoke, like a fire alarm goes off with just a whiff of smoke. And it seemed to suggest later that the air would be removed from all of the rooms, which is what Anna is saying. And we haven't seen a photo of the rats in this room, so we really have no proof that the rats are in this room. And if we can't prove the rats are in the lab, then none of this helps us in the slightest. I know, but if we can't prove where the rats are, then the rats being alive are of no use. They could be in there, but unless we have a reason to believe they were for sure in there, then it's of no help. Should we consider breaking for now and having another session Saturday night because we've been playing for 5 hours? Yeah, let's do that. Why don't we break here? Everyone can chew on this, think about it. Don't go read any hints. And we'll come back tomorrow night with fresh eyes, and maybe we'll have the energy to go through the documents again, looking for everything. Now, I think that's also a good reason, a good idea for this reason. We are loving this case. Like, so far, it's been a home run. So it would be a shame for us to just flail around in frustration and give up solving it. It's sort of a gift to us that this is hard. It may be that the answer is broken, bad, faulty, and we're going to be upset, but it could also be that the game is just harder than we expected and that we'll be more satisfied if we stick with it. So let's do that. We're going to break here. We will meet again tomorrow night at 11 p.m. again. Maybe we'll just assume that the game is good and deserving of our love and attention and go through all the documents again. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow night then at 11 p.m. See you tomorrow.